Ladies and gentlemen, it's day number 3 here at Willowmore Park in Benoni. We welcome you to Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel alongside Pitch Vision in production of this first of 2 unofficial test matches between South Africa A and New Zealand A. Our 2 umpires, umpire Lubaba Lotuma and umpire Stephen Harris, have made their way onto the field. And they made their way onto a field which has been a bloodbath for the bowlers. Runs and runs galore all around the corner. Over 600 posted by New Zealand. And South Africa have lost 3 wickets as they look to continue batting and batting long and batting hard. My name is Bendulo Makubane to bring you this commentary. And for the first time in this game, we have ourselves Mr. Gert Maloney.
Thank you very much, Pendulo. Yeah, it's been a tough day at the office for SA. We've actually seen that they got a bit more to the ball to do than we actually did as the South African bowlers. So well done to the New Zealanders. We saw one just keeping a little bit low yesterday as well, as Zubair Hamza got 1 LBW. Didn't come up as much as he expected. But yeah, that's 600 total. Just absolutely mammoth. And it's going to be hard work. South Africa's got to bat throughout the whole day if they want to save this one, because they still trail by a massive, massive score. So welcome to JB Marks Oval. It's Potchefstroom. It's fun times. It's cricket season. Although the weather, Pendulo, hasn't kept, if I can put it like that. You guys had 2 beautiful days, and all of a sudden I come from the Vol, and look what happens.
You come from the storms, the windstorms, and all the other things that happened down in the Val, and you've brought them to the northwest.
Yeah, my second home. Always loved coming to Potch. Used to come and have a bit of a jawl here as well in my younger days.
It's still your younger days, Gert.
Yeah, no, look, we don't ride dinosaurs anymore, but it's still pretty young.
What isn't young, though, is the deficit that South Africa are currently trailing. 470 runs they still behind by. And more often than not, that's not the amount of runs you score, even in a day. So even if they had to bat the entirety of today, what are the chances that they'll accumulate 470 and kill that lead that New Zealand have posted? But as it stands, the 2 South African batters, having lost the wicket of Marcus Ackerman, who was so good, Jordan Herman is still out there with Jason Smith.
Yeah, the biggest thing for them is just to avoid that follow-on. They just got to get past that 407 mark to make sure they don't need to follow on. Then they'll feel a bit more comfortable.
Matt Fisher starts off the day bowling to Jason Smith. It's going to be important that they start their good groove, but now it seems like very bowler-friendly conditions. You spoke about how the conditions have just changed all of a sudden. Wickets have been hard to come by early in the morning, but this is the best bowling conditions we've probably seen throughout the match.
Yeah, bowling conditions ideal for sea movement as well. Overcast, bit of crosswind.
These times we would have been hoping that the ball would be 10 overs younger, give or take, just to get a little bit more out of it. Because over the past 2 days, it's just been so batter-friendly. Matt Fisher getting 2 wickets yesterday off back-to-back deliveries. It's a real stunner when that happens. Then Marcus Ackerman fiddled with down the leg, and he lost his wicket as a result.
Two soft wickets, that has to be said. We got 2 wickets that was strangled down the leg side. New Zealanders will be very, very happy with that. So, Marcus Ackerman, he looked so good before he got that one just to... and you could see his reaction. As soon as the finger went up, he just knew he got a tickle on it.
He was looking exquisite. 69 from 52 deliveries. It's those scoop shots also that were so wonderful to watch. 12 fours. As we're taking a look at what's happening with this ball now. Even South Africa had a small look-see at the ball when it almost got lost. But all is well. And I must say, Matt Fisher is bowling with much better consistency than yesterday. Yes, it did take 2 wickets, but at a rather expensive nick, just under 6 runs to the over. And today, he's forcing that batter to go into that front foot, and that's what you want him to continue doing, continue driving, especially early on in the morning when the conditions are in your favor. Also has a short, very short mid-off, you may say, standing right next to the wickets, and Joe Carter, the captain. It's because we've seen some of the deliveries not really reaching the batter the way you'd expect them to be. So they'll hold up every now and then, and it's a slight chance of the ball being popped up into the top.
Yeah, South Africa's still coming out of its winter season. We were just discussing it, kind of missed spring completely. Went from winter to summer. So the pitch is not really coming on as of yet. Credit to the groundsman. If you look at that strips that we've got there, it is beautifully green. Still a lot of grass on. Yes, it is a little bit thicker than you would have liked, but he had to keep it on over the winter period to make sure that he's got enough grass and enough hold on to the pitch. Make sure it doesn't break up. Because you never know when the first rain will come. It looks threatening, but it has threatened a couple of times, and then kind of a bit of a teaser, and then it just goes away.
Because after such a long break, it's been a couple of months since we've had steady rain. When they come with cats and dogs and lions and all other animals from the kingdom. It pours and it pours and pours. But a change of spin action now. We've seen Jaden Lennox bowl yesterday straight from the JB Marks end. Now comes the leg spinner of Adi Ashok. That's a very good record. 60 wickets in less than 30 innings. Averaging 33 as a spin bowler. It's a very handy record.
We saw in the one day, the more he bowled, the better he got. He's one of those bowlers that takes 2, maybe 3 overs to really settle down. And then all of a sudden he just gets work. He's got a beautiful wrong one that just will slide across the left-hander.
Different format. Needs to be disciplined. Starts off a little bit short and wide. Jaden Lennox thinks that he has a chance. He does not. Well, that's how he gets introduced into the bowling attack. 4 runs from Jordan Herman.
Lovely shot. Just a bit short. Rocked onto the back foot and just punched through that offside. And yeah, it's another Herman. The Herman family has been a detriment to the New Zealanders.
And it's just one of them in this match. Ruben still watching on, but hasn't been selected for the 4-day side. Change in the team, bringing on Zubair Hamza and Lesego Senokwane as the batters. And it's not really a surprise given how well Ruben has made his introduction into the white ball game. And we've seen some awesome innings from him right here for the Dragons in colours with the white ball. It's going to be a single. He's going to need to rush. But they cross over. And Jordan Herman, he can't stop scoring runs. He makes it to yet another half century in this series.
Lovely stuff by Jordan Herman, coming off his 160 odd in the ODI and also his 100 in the second one. It's another 50 and totally different to what he did in the one-day series. Very calm, very selective, and very patient innings. 50 of 84.
He's been very much the best batter in the domestic scene over the past 3 seasons in first-class cricket. Jordan Herman has a wonderful first-class record. Has done wonderful 50-over record as well. That is his 16th first-class 50. And he's only batted 50 times. It's an incredible return. 28 games, 16 50s, alongside his 4 centuries.
That's a great return for Jordan, hence his selection. I was a bit surprised that Ruben didn't get the nod as well, especially with the ODI series that he did have, notching up 200s in a row there as well. So I was a bit surprised that they didn't feel that maybe we should give him a go in the Red Bull game as well. But obviously these decisions were made beforehand. Would have loved to see what he can do here in Potch, in his hometown, where he scored a lot of runs before.
And the thing is, for those who do follow the domestic scene, Jordan, an incredible first-class player, averaging 46 runs. No one has scored more runs over the past 3 seasons than this man on your picture. And then they gave him a chance in the 50-over competition as well with the series. But he had a really good CSA one-day cup, notching up a couple of 50s, a couple of 100s. He has 400s in first-class cricket. He has 400s in 50-over cricket. He averages 46 in first-class cricket. He averages 47 in 50-over cricket. Seems like the coming of a proper all-round player, Jordan Herman.
Yeah, it's one of those, and at the very mature age of nearly 24, still a lot of cricket he can play. He's just reaching that. We normally talk about your batting maturity is between the ages of 26 and 32. Then you really get mature as a batter, but he's shown signs very early on that he's a very mature batter, can play all formats. And you mentioned the averages, and also not to mention, he's also got almost a 31 average in T20s as well, so he can play literally all formats.
Has to deal with Matt Fisher here, who's really found a decent rhythm now. 25-year-old player. Matt Fisher has had only one match in Test match cricket where he was given that debut versus Zimbabwe. Got a wicket in each of the innings that he did bowl. It was a complete drumming by New Zealand of Zimbabwe that match. Oh, he might get the wicket of Jordan Herman. He does. Fantastic bowling from Matt Fisher. The extra bounce, the extra pace, and it does. Jordan Herman, who just reached 50 runs.
Massive wicket. First up to get Jordan Herman. You could just signal to his player that he did not see that ball. That surprised him completely. He just had a bit of a sign that he actually didn't see it. It might be a bit darker than we think out there. I mean, he's on 50 of 85. If he's struggling to pick it up, we might see the light meter coming out. But yeah, taking nothing away. That was a fantastic delivery. It surprised him with the short ball, going to the shorter part of the boundary as well.
You're right, Gert. It's as if he almost didn't see that ball. Look at the shot. He was found in the middle of nowhere. He didn't know what to do. Lucky that the ball didn't hit him, but it's unfortunate that he loses his wicket. It's a 50 from 87 deliveries. Maybe he's found an area that Matt Fisher has found an area that he can try and exploit, using that extra bounce, that back of a length area, see what other advantages they can make out of it. However, the wicket of Jordan Herman on 50 brings in Snethemba Qashile.
A lot of work to do here for the SAA. 4 wickets down. And it's all 4 big guns. It's the top 4 that's back in the hut. New Zealand's got to feel 1 more wicket here. 1 more wicket and all the pressure for the next 300 runs is on SAA. If you look at Kashile's record, though, age of 26, look at that, just creeping up to an average of 35. 1850s, 300s, and higher score of 124. What a beautiful innings that was.
It's getting closer to 3,000 first-class runs. 7 runs away from that. It's been a lot of trust and backing over the years from the system. And luckily enough, over this year, he's found some decent form with good performances. But he has to deal with this man, Matt Fisher. He is a well-worked wicket taker. This man takes wickets. He runs in hard. Look at that. Bends his back. Smashes it on the surface. Jordan Herman left with nothing to do. He's on 3 for 32.
Inside part of the bat and very nearly knocks over the other set batter as well. I beg your pardon, that was actually Kashile. Just pointing there that the ball might just be skidding on a little bit if it's fuller. And if it's shorter, it's just rushing the batters. Fisher looks like he's got a bit more venom than he did the second day.
It's not looking good for the batters out there, especially, like you said, with the bats, with the bowler, Matt Fisher bowling the way that he is. He is the quickest of the New Zealand seamers. He does take wickets. Plays for the Northern Districts, the team that won the 4-day competition in New Zealand, the Plunket Shield. And also Daniel Flynn, the coach of New Zealand A, being the assistant coach of Northern Districts, can play a little bit easier knowing that you are familiar with the management team and you are also familiar with winning, coming from a franchise that has won. It's 144 for 4 after 32. Matt Fisher has claimed his third, and it's the big one of Jordan Herman.
Massive wickets in the context of this match. Gotta feel that they feel they're in with a big shout now to make SAA bat again. Just look at that wicket again. It's one of the easiest catches you'll ever get. There'll definitely be a bit of chatter as we can see the furniture being put in there by the short leg.
It's really become a match that South Africa needs to go and grab with both hands. Because from here, it's hard to see New Zealand lose the match. They've batted themselves in a position where they should only want to bat once. They wouldn't want to come in and bat again after amassing 607. But also, if you've amassed 607, what are the chances that you are going to get 20 wickets on the very same surface as well?
Well, it all depends if the serve is going to hold up. We had a quick look at it just before the game started. Couple of nice foot marks coming through there as well, especially the end where Fisher is bowling from. Ashok, you can see the way he's pitching it. He's trying to exploit those foot marks. You can see it just in front of, to the right of the umpire's head, in front of the right-hander. Might just want to slide it across and then turn it back in. Exactly like that. He's definitely trying to extract those foot marks. At one stage, maybe in day 4, he'd come around the wicket to really hit those marks and make life absolutely horrible for batters.
He would have loved it if he had more left-handers to bowl to with that mark over there. Jordan Herman, the last left-handed batter in the side. The next one is Tsepondwandwa down at the bottom. So everyone else is going to be a right-hander, right-hander, right-hander. So that foot mark, just for now, just for now, might not be something that South Africa needs to deal with, but they need to deal with other threats.
At the moment, they'll have to deal with all the chatter. They'll be very aware of the score, and there's a bit of turn there as well. No real quick turn, just gentle turn away from the right-hander. And that's exactly what he's trying to do. That exact turn that he got from outside off, as soon as he goes a little bit straighter, it's almost like there's less turn. So I would actually slow it down if I was Ashok, just to get that wrist really going through, building up some refs, and just there's no quick turn. So extract this slow turn, and if they want to hit you, then go straight downtown.
144 for 4 after 33. They trail by 463. And additionally with that, Gert, it's a huge gust of wind blowing across here at Benoni. The light meter is out. Of course, Jordan Herman didn't see the ball. Umpire Thomas just taking out that light meter to ensure that all the players are safe. And he actually whipped out the light meter just before the start of play, just to see how the light is going to go, if we are eligible enough to start the match. But it's a deep discussion here by umpire Stephen Harris and Lubaba Lotuma. They're calling on Joe Carter, the captain.
Maybe just telling him, listen up. It's if you want to stay on the field, then the seamers can't really bowl. They do have a benchmark. They went off yesterday with 4 light as well. So they do have a bench to say this is where the light needs to be. So it might be that it's very close, hence the discussion there with Carter. Just saying, team, if you want to stay on the park, then you've got a bowl spin.
Jordan must be grinding his jaws there at the dugout. Because if that is the case, and if that is what to happen, he'll feel a bit aggrieved. But both Snesan Bakreshile and Jason Smith are walking out of the park. These are not the scenes, Gert. These are not the scenes. But also the way that the weather has been going, you wouldn't expect that so early in the morning you'd have a situation where darkness is the factor, especially in such an open field as JB Marks, and especially in the Highveld as well.
Yeah, I feel responsible, Pendulo. I haven't been here for 2 days. It was sunshine. All of a sudden I come, and there's clouds in the sky. They come off for bad light. So, yeah, even Kamfa next door to me, he had a good 2 days as well. So, yeah, this is not the scenes you want to see if you're a cricket supporter. And you can even see the way the batters are walking off. They kind of want to bat, but they also know the situation that they're in. For their team, it's almost the best result if you're an SAA supporter. And New Zealand, I think Carter just made a decision and say, listen, we're not just going to bowl spin at these guys. I want to get my baseman on. He's on 3 wickets. He had the big wicket of Herman in the previous over. So we want to bowl.
But you just look at the sky, Gert. No piercing of the sun whatsoever. It's overcast as far as the eye can see. Unfortunately, the eye can't see too far from here because in the distance, it is that coverage of the overcastness. I don't know if, and I don't know what will it take for the sun to come back out here. But we take a break as the players are asked to leave the field due to bad light. We'll come back here on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel alongside Pitch Vision to see what will happen. It's going to be partly cloudy throughout the entire day and only showers are expected at around 4 o'clock, and it's not heavy showers. So hopefully we'll be able to get some game time here in Potchefstroom. But for now, the score is 144 for 4. Snesan Bakreshile on 2, Jason Smith on 15, with South Africa trailing by 463 runs. We'll come back and update you if there's any progress in the match. We make it back. It was bad light. Guess it's slightly improved ever so little. And if not, New Zealand will be prompted to use their spin bowlers. They wanted to continue using Matt Fisher, who did get the wicket of Jordan Herman. A snort of a delivery where Jordan Herman claims he did not see the ball. That started a sequence of events which led to a light meter reading and players being replaced. So Jaden Lennox has to take the ball over, and Gert Maloney has been also replaced, and in comes Mr. Ken Borland.
Good morning, Pendulo. Good morning, viewers. And I don't think New Zealand will be too upset that they have to turn to spin. Jaden Lennox bowled nicely yesterday, but from the other end, bowling into a bit more rough at this university end. Switching ends, and I think that's mostly to do with the wind, which is blowing from left to right. As SA get underway again with a single, a misfield, but no harm done. The ball is the wind. I'm having wind problems like you did yesterday, Pendula. Oh, that sounds terrible. The wind is blowing from left to right as Lennox bowls, which will help him to drift it into the right-hander and then turn it away.
We're speaking about the real wind, so I understand. And Jaden Lennox did bowl well yesterday. Bowled with incredible control. Bowled consistently for his 7 overs. Going at around 3 runs to the over, where the scoring rate was a little bit high. Did that in the 50-over competition. He's doing that now, so it's no surprise from Jaden Lennox.
Bowling from the end where Tsepo and Randwa took a bag full of wickets yesterday. Also a left-arm spinner. The other factor is that Lennox earlier in this innings bowling mostly to 2 left-handers, in Jordan Herman and Marcus Ackerman. Both departed now, and there's a huge job on the shoulders of Smith and Kashile as a silly point comes into play. And straight away his life is put in danger by a bit of a half jack-up from Lennox, put away for 4 by Jason Smith.
You won't be happy with that delivery, Jaden Lennox, especially after getting the reinforcement for good bowling. But equally, in really good feats from Jason Smith to rock back onto that back foot and open his body up so that he can access that offside. It's really good batting.
Again, too short from Lennox, and again slapped away through the same sort of area by Smith. And a valiant effort there by, is it Simon Keane? Just couldn't get the dive in.
It's 150 runs up for South Africa A with back-to-back boundaries. Talk about hitting someone out of their position. But it's not good enough from Jaden Lennox. He would have wanted it to be a touch fuller.
That's better. That's 150 coming up in exactly, it's 153 in 153 minutes. So run a minute South Africa are going at. They've had a good scoring rate throughout, but it's those 4 wickets that's the real worry.
The lack of partnerships starting to be a glaring issue. It's 34 overs gone, 153 for 4. Only one big partnership between Marcus Ackerman and Jordan Herman, which accounted for 110 runs. And you would have thought from that 110 runs, it would have been the start of more partnerships that were going to grow. Because if you take a look at what New Zealand had to do in their innings, 230 partnership, and then it was followed by a 150 run partnership, and then it was followed by a 40, and then another 50, and then another 50. So that's the sequence we're talking about when we're speaking about the importance of growing a partnership. And right now, Snesemba Kreshil and Jason Smith being the last recognized batters in the side, really need to take it on as far as they can.
Well, Rivaldo Moonsamy might take issue with you there, MP. He's still to come.
So used to him batting in the top order for the 50 overs. Rivaldo Moonsamy, probably one of the better long format batters in the country.
Yeah, certainly one of the better number 7s, that's for sure. So it's going to be the leg spinner Aditya Ashok who returns to the attack. There's 2 overs for 5.
Jason Smith need to dig deep here. Have a leg slip being implemented for Adi Ashok and a conventional sweep too.
Little bit short from Ashok and a nice easy put away for 1 by Kashile.
Don't think we're going to see pace bowlers coming in anytime soon, and for Joe Carter, it's important that his leg spinner supports his left arm offie. Very difficult craft, this of leg spin, especially in the longer format of the game. And so it's on Adi Ashok now to ensure that he remains consistent. For his captain is on picture, Joe Carter, so that he can reliably stick to them to keep the game going and keep the session going. Try to get more wickets because he can't rely on Matt Fisher. It's going to be dangerous for the batters.
Again, too short and heaved away by Jason Smith. He's a powerful man. It's gone all the way for 6.
Those are the dangers. Every now and then as a leg spinner. Drops it just a little bit too short for Jason Smith. He's not going to ask twice to take that apart. And it's a really good shot over the top from the Dolphins batter. 160 for 4.
And ball search is underway again. It's gone on to the football fields through the palisade fence again. And it's been a real dramatic change in the weather today in Potchefstroom, about 120 kilometers southwest of Johannesburg. We've had 2 glorious days of sunshine, barely any cloud. Last night there was a bit of cloud hinting at gathering, and this morning was windy and very overcast with a bit of blue sky, but it's now totally overcast at the JB Marks Oval. And pretty gloomy as well.
The ball has gone through the palisade fencing across into the rugby and football grounds. Dates back to the days where you'd be hitting the ball into your neighbor's yard and then you need to go grab it. Or if you're playing a game of club cricket and you hit it out of the stadium, maybe into the bushes behind the ground, and you need to go fetch that ball. Cricket is cricket after all.
Yeah, it brings back a bit of a bad memory for me. I had a good mate of mine who finally agreed to come and watch me play cricket. I told him what a wonderful bowler I was and how well I was doing. On that particular day, things did not go well, and he ended up being an extra fielder for me a few times out beyond the mid-wicket boundary, running after balls that had been sent there off my bowling. Bit embarrassing.
Every bowler has one of those days.
Yeah, but it'd have to be my big mate there. I mean,
I guess your big mate needed to also understand that there are games just like that for bowlers, I guess.
He never bothered to come and watch me again, put it that way.
They say you have one chance and one life. South Africa here, they have one chance here to try and make New Zealand bat again.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that's the goal. I think deficit 446. They're not going to wipe that off today, but they need to get to 407 to avoid the follow-on, or 408 rather. Bit of turn there for Ashok. Which, yeah, how many overs are left today after this one? We have another 84 overs left of the day. We're not going to get all of those, so let's say 75 overs. If they go at 4 to the over, that's 300. 300 more. So, yeah, that they can get past the follow-on today. But I think imperative that they are still in their first innings today, at stumps today.
If you want a result in this game, it's all on New Zealand to try and grab those wickets. The way that they're bowling as well, it's highly unlikely that we are going to see the scoring rates that New Zealand was scoring at on day one in particular. It was very lackadaisical bowling from the South Africans. And so, if you're going to go at over 4.5 runs and over for 90 overs throughout the day, you're asking for a lot to try and keep yourself in the match.
Yeah, I think New Zealand, they have already shown that they're bowling better on this pitch.
Lack of partnerships and consistency of wickets proves that for New Zealand. They were over 200 runs when they first lost their wickets. And it's also just worsened by South African bowling, only having one man really raising his hands and taking all of those wickets.
Again, a bit short from Lennox. So both spinners have just been dropping short a little bit. Not ideal.
Zach Folks yesterday, Jaden Lennox yesterday, picture perfect with his control, lines and lengths. Today he's gone a little bit short. He has been hit a couple of times, particularly by the man who him is batting to now, Jason Smith.
No silly point anymore after those couple of half checkers on off stump. Put his life in danger, but there is a short leg.
I wonder what would have to happen if Jason Smith or Qeshile decide to take on one of these spin bowlers and hit them out of the attack, just like New Zealand A did yesterday and the day before with Skalk Engelbrecht. Really climbed onto his bowling. Even Tsepo Ndwandwe on day one got climbed on. And so you wonder, with what seems to be a limitation in the usage of quick bowlers because of the bad light, what would happen if either Lennox or Ashok go for 7 runs and over in one singular spell? Does Joe Carter have another option that he can lean on to?
Well, he has two options. He could say to the umpires he wants to bring pace bowling back on, and the umpires will go, okay, well, the light's too bad, off we go, which is counterproductive for what New Zealand A want to be doing. And, you know, they've got so many runs on the board. They're still 444 ahead. I don't think they'll mind their spinners getting hit around a bit, because it does, in a way, make it more likely that a wicket will fall. And that's the name of the game for them now. They just want 16 wickets. 14 wickets. 16 wickets, yes.
And the thing is, right now, South Africa are not looking to hit that ball hard. They'll do it when the ball is there to be hit. What made Tepondwanda's wickets also fall is the fact that they were looking to really be aggressive against him. And they got aggressive on deliveries where they shouldn't have and hit it in the air and got caught.
Nicely bowled. Bit of bounce there for Ashok. And, the number of runs New Zealand still have in the kitty is why you see two attacking fielders, close-in fielders, short leg and slip. They can afford to do that.
And this is an opportunity for both Greshill and Smith to just bite into the surface, bite into the innings, and really, really cement themselves with strong innings. If they're able to just keep up out there, reach T whilst the partnership is still on, gives them a good start to the season, because the season will be starting with the 4-day series. Gives them backing going into the next game in Benoni. It does a lot of good in general for you, especially if we are in a setup like the SAA, where you are looking to get identified to the higher stages of the cricket.
Nicely cut away by Jason Smith. Not sure the boundary rider is going to get there. No, he doesn't. So another 4 through the offside for Jason Smith.
When the opportunity arrives, the opportunity will be taken. That's exactly what the case was here from Snesamba Greshill. A little bit wide from Adi Ashok. He will want to tighten it up, going for a little bit of a runs. It's 169 for 4 after 37.
Jason Smith goes to 32. Greshill on 10. We are going to see pace. It does look a little bit brighter, I must say. So umpires Harris and Guma have obviously said it's okay to bowl pace now, and Matt Fisher returns to the attack, the wicket taker this morning.
Bowled a vicious delivery to Jordan Herman. It was the instigator to us having the light meter come out and see if we can see the ball. Jordan Herman claiming he couldn't see it. Matt Fisher had to go off the attack, and now he's back on.
Nice start to the over for Jason Smith, driven handsomely for 1.
They still have Curtis Heafy standing at short leg. It's because of the bounce that Matt Fisher can extract with the pace that he has. It's what happened with Jordan Herman. If he can get the ball to be around that area and around just under the armpit of Snesamba Greshill, he might bring Curtis Heafy into the game.
And there's a leg slip as well. There's the short run from Fisher. The other factor maybe in that Herman dismissal, apart from the bad light, was it kind of ended up a little bit in the left-hander's blind spot. Credit to Matt Fisher. He really hit the deck hard with that ball. And look, it's still a good batting deck, I'd say, but into the 3rd day now, it's been a very dry pitch, so we've seen the occasional delivery keep a bit low. There might well be the occasional one that takes off a bit as well. Clear plan here from Matt Fisher with that short leg and leg slip in place. But at the moment, he's not making Kashile play.
There's also a deep square leg down in the boundary for Kashile, partnered by the deep fine leg. So it's clearly a short ball leg side strategy. You can just see your short leg. Here's your slip fielder over there.
Very nicely put away. The surprise full delivery from Fisher, and Kashila's just punched that nicely to mid-on for 4.
Nothing short about that. Nothing needing any of the leg side fielders. It's just pure class from Snetsenberg Kashile. The ball was there to be hit. It was full. It was uppish just for a moment, but it was placed well enough past that mid-on fielder who's standing a bit square. It's going to feel good to get that boundary, considering the fact that New Zealand are being so tight in their bowling. Matt Fisher in particular. New Zealand won't be playing Test cricket until next year. Matt Fisher has had a taste of it. He'll probably want to have a taste of more international cricket as the year goes by, with so much in offer for New Zealand.
Total change of plans from the middle of this over by Matt Fisher. First 3 balls were kind of leg theory, short, and the last 3 right up there, getting Kashile coming forward, but handled with aplomb by the batsman. It's the end of the 38th over, 174 for 4, so that run rate's still a very healthy 4.6 to the over. As we welcome back Gert Maloney into commentary, Pendula Magavani takes a break. Ashok, the leg spinner, continues from the JB Marks end. The Googly got him on the pad. He's given him out. Excellent bowling. Lovely deception by Aditya Ashok. And Siddharth Kashile was pushing forward, but he was playing for the leg break, and unfortunately it was the Googly.
Yeah, great bowling by me there. Taking a wicket as I come on. Ashok, I mentioned when he came on first of all, he's got a lovely wrong one. And you can just see big stride in. And, good. I think it was a good call by the umpire there. Wouldn't mind seeing one more replay of that. But it's an LBW. Ashok is on the board as it comes to the wickets column. And half the SAA batters back in the hut. And again, you got to feel that they're looking at that 407 that they got to score to avoid the follow-on, thinking that, that's a long way off.
It is, and the spinner's starting to come into play now as well. Yeah, I think this is pretty plumb, personally. You know, it hit him quite low down on about middle and off. He tried to lean forward to give the impression that the pad got outside of the line of off stump, but at the moment of impact, that was definitely out, and umpire Kuma gave it some thought and then made definitely the correct decision from our point of view. So, big trouble for South Africa A, 175 for 5, as now another wicketkeeper batsman comes in. Moonsamy did take the gloves for the first innings, the rather torrid first innings. They do swap fairly often, innings to innings, Kushila and Moonsamy. But South Africa A have a lot of work to do to make New Zealand A bat again.
Yeah, just look at his record there, 28 years of age, and it's one of those that always look like he's got all the goods. 2050s, 1100s, closing in on that 40 average. He's had a couple of great seasons, hasn't he?
Won the Titans Player of the Year award last season. Sorry, the season before last season.
Just love the way he's actually flighting it up a little bit. He's giving it a bit of air, asking them to hit the ball. They know the situation that SAA find themselves in. It's positive cricket. It's going to be hard to come by at the moment. Difficult to stay positive when you're 5 down.
Played a bit early there. Leading edge on the offside.
You can just see there might just be 1 or 2 deliveries just drifting in a little bit. May just get a bit of drift.
Well, it'll be against the wind if he does manage to do that. When we were out there in the middle before play started, there was a hell of a wind blowing. I think it might have just settled down a little bit. Trees don't seem to be flying around quite so much as we come to the end of the 39th over. A successful one for New Zealand Day, 176 for 5.
Let's look at that LBW. They were absolutely convinced that's gone. Matt Fisher picking up 3 wickets already, 3 for 39. He's been the chief destroyer after being very expensive. He's pulled back nicely. Picking up the big wicket of Jordan Harman earlier.
He's been impressive. I like his energy. He's hit the pitch hard, but he's also got it up there as well at times. Looks a skillful bowler with a bit of gas. Certainly got something about him, Matt Fisher.
Yeah, he's almost 26 years old. He says a right on medium fast in his bio, but he's definitely picked up a couple of yards, I feel. Just see the shorter bumper there. He employed it very well earlier on as well. That's the way he got out Jordan Harman. And you won't really see it on your screen, but where we're sitting, it just looks like it's lightening up. Just a little bit. Almost looks like the sun is doing its job to burst through the clouds.
Yeah, it's still totally overcast, but the clouds seem to have lifted a little bit.
Yeah, Fisher doing fantastic work, and as I mentioned earlier, picked up the important wicket of Jordan Harman. You just see when Matt Fisher's walking back, his shirt and his hair, it's a bit of a crosswind coming from left to right as you look at your screen. So it'll definitely just help the bowlers just with the ball tailing in. Going into the right-handed, Rivaldo Moonsamy. Oh, and he's absolutely castled him with an absolute jaffer, Ken Borland.
Difficult to get that sort of Yorker early in your innings, Moonsamy, just his 7th delivery, and under the bat it went crashing into the stumps. Excellent bowling again by Matt Fisher. He was the one who put New Zealand A on top yesterday. Well, I mean, they were always on top after scoring 600, but just in terms of their effort in the field with 2 wickets and 2 balls. And now he's got a second one today. Look at that. Fantastic Yorker. Bit of movement as well, and Moonsamy trying to prod it towards mid-on. Did they hit middle? I think it might have.
It was a lovely off-stump Yorker. But you can see he still wanted to show what the ball was doing, but I don't think he saw that one. What an absolute beauty by Matt Fisher. It was quick, it was full, it was swinging. And it's the 6th wicket down, and it's another batter. It must make his way head down into the hut. Just look at his delivery, running in, steaming in, angling it in and straightening it up onto the off stump. An absolute beauty.
As they say in England, Moonsamy was on the Piccadilly line, but the ball was on the Waterloo line.
I mentioned it from the live views. You can actually see he still wanted to show what the ball was doing, but he wasn't quite sure. Skalk Engelbrecht makes his way in. He's had a pretty decent start. His highest score is 77 in his 1 innings that he's played. So young 22-year-old, right-handed batsman, and oh boy, will Heafy and everyone else around him let him know what is coming at him. Wouldn't surprise to see top of the morning to your delivery here.
Well, he didn't have the best of time in the field, bowling or fielding.
This one might go for the miracle swing there. That happens after you've seen the ball jag away, thinking, hold on, if I can just swing it just a tad more, about 9 or 10 inches, that always helps. But yeah, like you mentioned, Engelbrecht did not have a good day of it. He struggled a bit over the last 2 days.
18 overs, just the one made, and none for 116 with the ball. Dropped a catch as well. Dropped 2 catches, actually. One off his own bowling.
Yeah, he would love to get that 100 that he conceded with the ball, to score it with the bat. Just Matt Fisher at one stage was going at 6 to the over. He's pulled it back with a couple of wickets as well under his belt. His economy rate is 3.6, taken 4 wickets. Man, it's been fantastic. Phenomenal bowling. Just look at that. This one just kept its line and everyone got very excited. So close to bring us to the end of the 40th over. It's 176 for 6.
Oh, I'd like to see that one again. Matt Fisher moving the ball both ways. That was a tight leave by Skalk Engelbrecht. Let's just see if we can pick up how close this ended up to off stump. Oh no, that's the Moonsamy dismissal, which was
pretty close.
Yeah, middle of off stump. Fantastic ball by Matt Fisher.
Yeah, Ashok will be happy to give the single away to Smith. Get Engelbrecht on strike. Exactly what he does. This one is just pushed to sweeper, who's about, I would say, about 20 meters off the fence. Just make sure that it's not a 2. And now they can bowl the new batter. New Zealand, no doubt, will be much more attacking. They got the short leg in, short mid-wicket. And then also got slip in. And then also it looks like a deepish gully. Oh, this one, wrong and again. Just couldn't control it.
Mitchell Hay has kept wicket superbly for New Zealand. That catch to get rid of Marcus Ackerman standing up to the pace of Zach Fulks. Down the leg side as well. That was remarkable.
Now, that was quick hands, and you can see the way that he took Ashok's delivery there as well. He's got phenomenal hands. Dropping it short, but it's a wrong one again coming into Engelbrecht. At the moment, Engelbrecht's not picking him. He wanted to give himself some room just to get off the mark. Maybe push it down to that man at the shorter sweeper. Oh, lovely leg break. Definitely, without a doubt, getting a bit more turn than he did yesterday.
And some bounce as well. There is more rough at the end he's bowling into.
Yeah, on your screen, you can just look to the right of the umpire's hat. You can just see the foot marks there. Now, although that's a little bit wide, it actually just goes across a tad. That's what he'll be aiming for. Oh, lovely bowling. Just the one coming from it. 6 overs gone for Ashok. 1 for 22. 41 overs gone in total. 177 for 6. And what would the game plan be? Ken Borland, if you're the SA Ace coach, what would you tell them? Is just bat as deep as you possibly can.
Yeah, the guys just have to really dig in. The weather looks like it might help them a bit in terms of bad light, maybe even some rain. But they've got to just try and bat now for as long as possible today to leave them with not as much work to do tomorrow on the final day. Obviously, the pitch will deteriorate a little bit. I don't think it's going to break up and become a minefield or anything, but the assistance for the bowlers will just get a little bit more and more as we head to the conclusion of this match.
It doesn't matter how good a nick the pitch is in. By day 4, there is 1 or 2 patches. It's going to either not come on or stay low a bit as Fisher comes into Smith. Getting right in behind it. Just looks like Smith has realized he's one of the mainstays. He's got to be the one that really gets in and dig in his heels and go deep.
Well, he's got to start. He's been there for 60 deliveries, and he's added 20 runs to his tally this morning. So his eye is in. He needs to get a big score, really.
This one is an absolute snorter of a catch. Worked around the corner and reflex galore. It is wicket time for New Zealand A, and it's that man Fisher once again taking his 5th one. It's a 5er, and it's a 7-1 down for SAA.
Excellent catch by short leg. And Smith goes, just as we were talking about how important it is for him to stay. Just trying to get that one a little bit square, and I can't help but think it was a good field placing to get that man in his eye line at a short mid-on, and instead of maybe playing it a bit straighter, he was trying to turn it around the corner, brought the edge into play onto pad, did it at the pad. I'm not sure, it went quite quickly actually to short leg, but definitely off the inside edge, and good smart catch taken.
Fantastic catch taken, and it's one of those, you've got to give the credit to the fielder there. It is an absolute beautiful catch. Looks like Curtis Heafy there. Look at that. Didn't turn, didn't look away or anything. He kept his eye on the ball, and it was just hit straight down his throat, and a lovely grab. He made it look easy, but it never is. Tristan Lees, right-hander. Oh, New Zealand A has got to be thinking follow on.
Well, they're definitely odds-on favourites to be able to enforce that follow-on. The deficit is 430, so South Africa still need 230 runs with just 3 wickets in hand. Tristan Lewis has got ability with the bat, but he's more of a hitter than someone to bat for long periods.
And especially with Matt Fisher running in, look at the smile coming back. Normally when a batter plays and misses, you got some encouraging words for him. He just turns around, smiles and comes back because he knows he's in the wickets.
It's been a superb display by Fisher, moving the ball both ways, varying his lengths. When he goes short, he gets it in the right places, and when he gets bowls full, it's been in the right places as well.
And an absolute beauty to pick up his 6. You were asking for the middle stump earlier, Ken. There it is. No more beautiful sight for a fast bowler than the middle stump uprooted.
What a sight indeed. Off stumps hanging back as well. Leg stumps nearly out the ground too. That's an absolute cracker of a Yorker. Well worth watching again. Matt Fisher is really putting on a superb display here in Potch.
This is his best bowling figures in first class. I've just been informed by our production manager. An absolute beauty. We were still looking up the stats and he's already got it. He saw it coming. Bit of an oracle, our production manager. 6 for 39, his best figures in first class cricket. And his previous best being 6 for 45. South Africa in all sorts at the moment. Sorry, Ken, you mentioned. We got to look at this one again. Look at that. Even the batsman is looking back and asking, where did that go through?
Superb fast bowling. And what a dreadful morning it's been for South Africa. They started on 140 for 3, and they've lost 5 wickets for just 37 runs. Matt Fisher, 6 for 39. Brilliant stuff.
And it was Ashok who picked up the other wicket, and 4 of those 5 comes with the compliments of Matt Fisher. And he's got to be licking his lips. He's got to see a 7 and an 8 in his future. Tsepo Moreki coming in. He's got a high score of 57. His average is only 13. He's someone that can hang around a bit, but don't think enough to score another 200-300 odd runs.
And Matt Fisher has only just come back on to bowl, so he'll be fresh, and a lot of wickets still could be his. Moreki just kept that one out.
No real foot movement there by Moreki. Bit of a gap between bats and pad. And it won't surprise me if Matt Fisher just goes last ball up, gotta go for the Yorker again.
He's bowling them so superbly. And Moreki jabbed at that one like it was a venomous snake.
Fisher's just walking back. Little bit of a field change. Just plugging in that your favourite fielding area, mid-wicket. Fisher, 1 delivery to go in this over. Moreki, look at that, stand and deliver. Not really with a straight bat, but he was posing for the photo. So he survives the Fisher over. He's bowled 12 overs. Beautiful bowling. 177 for the loss of 8 after 42. A matter of time now, Ken.
Well, Tsepo Moreki did get behind that one, the last delivery, a little bit better. Let's watch that Yorker again to Tristan Lewis. He and Rivaldo Moonsamy can commiserate with each other in the change room. And brighter sunshine now than we've seen at any stage this morning. So New Zealand, they will be happy with that. Matt Fisher will be happy with that because he can keep bowling, and what a tremendous role he's on.
Adi Ashok bowling to Engelbrecht, and Engelbrecht did not pick up the wrong end there. Went for the big drive, and the ball just eluded the bat. You can just see Keeper Hay just having a gentle conversation with the batter there. Keepers like giving batting tips, don't they?
Ashok is bringing second slip back, and he had a second slip for the last ball of his previous over. Seems a good idea the way Engelbrecht's prodding outside off stump.
Oh, this one floated up so nicely. If you go back to the one-dayers, Ashok just bowled too quickly. He was almost rushed through the crease, and all of a sudden, in the red ball game, he settled down nicely. Not scared to give it a bit of flight. Great fielding there at the short cover. Captain Carter, it looks like. But if you've got Matt Fisher on the other end, you really don't mind bowling a couple of hand grenades, do you?
I think Ashok's enjoying his spell as well into his 7th over. Has bowled nicely, it must be said.
Hard hands pushed down the ground. It's a very fast outfield here in Potchefstroom and JB Marks, and that will be Engelbrecht getting off the mark with a fourfer. If I'm not mistaken, that's one of the few boundaries we've seen today.
Yeah, it's been all New Zealand day, really dominating this morning's proceedings so far. Nice shot by Engelbrecht there, down the ground. But New Zealand day, understandably being very attacking, so there'll be a few holes around the field for batsmen to score.
There's a bit of prodigious turn. It looked like he just really tweaked the wrist in that one. Engelbrecht just got hold of it to that man at sweeper.
You would expect the wrist spinner to get more out of the pitch than a finger spinner, and certainly that one turned quicker, there, I think, than anything else we've seen in this match so far, and more sharply. Just from more back of a length, though.
No ball being called. Wouldn't mind that too much. I know spinners get annoyed when they bowl front foot no balls. But no free hits in this format of the game, so no harm, no foul, especially if he picks up a wicket. Looks like it struck him just a tad high. And that's the end of the over. 7 gone for Ashok, 1 for 28. 183 for the loss of 8. And we were talking while we were looking at the pitch this morning and that cold breeze was coming over. We thought, SAA has got the bat 90% through the day without losing a real wicket. And that did not happen whatsoever.
Now they're just struggling to get through to lunch, which is at the slightly odd time, apparently, of 12:19 today. So it was going to be at 12 o'clock before we had that bad light interruption for just an 18-minute interruption.
Fisher just making Engelbrecht jump a little bit. That one came up sharply. Just look at that. 5th first class 5-wicket all. Best figures in first class cricket after 12 overs. 6 for 39 for Matt Fisher. He's been bowling those Yorkers so nice. You can actually see the batter. If you look at his feet, he's actually standing deeper in the crease just to eliminate and maybe get hold of a short ball. They got deep fine leg on the fence. That's about it. And it's good morning, Mr. Moreki. Welcome to the crease.
Head was flung back viciously by Moreki. It was actually a bit of an innocuous bouncer, really. Very short and outside off stump. But what I like about Matt Fisher is that he's been able to vary his length and bowled both lengths really well.
Oh, big appeal. There might have been a bit of wood involved there.
I wonder if it might just be going down leg or maybe just over. It looked pretty straight, I must say. Mareki back on his stumps, as you said.
It's got to be Bat. It's got to be Bat saving him. Mareki probably saying, I smashed it. Not sure what you guys are appealing for.
The front pad did kind of get outside leg stump, so maybe that saved him as well.
Oh, and a gentle full toss. It looks like he was the attempted slower delivery, maybe. See Matt Fisher just smiling. Might have even gone for the Yorker. Did Tsepo Mareka just signal free hit there?
It got to him fairly high. I think it was a slower ball that kind of went wrong. So Fisher just not as accurate in the serve as he has been previously. There was the bouncer that was a bit wayward, and now that slower ball that ended up being a high full toss.
Mareka just angling this one off stump, and it's a quick single. Just to get himself off strike. Yeah, when it's going so well for you, you feel you can try anything. Knuckleballs come in and all that sort of stuff. And then maybe just a good idea to go back to the basics. Whatever got the top order out will definitely be good enough to get the lower order batters out. No more such a thing as a tail ender. Apparently.
There's still some around. Still some lurking about. Marek is not. He can defend his stumps a bit.
Engelbrecht pushing this one on the own side. Eluding that man at short mid-wicket. Picking up a double. Yeah, Fisher just looking down at the landing space there. Not really happy with his foot marks. Maybe just asking the ground staff just to bring out the old mullet. Just get a bit of work done as looks like it's drinks that comes out for the players at 187 for 8.
And when we return in a few minutes, there'll be a commentary change with Pendulo Magwani joining Gert Maloney.
Welcome back to JB Marks Oval here in Potchefstroom. Scores 187 for a loss of 8 after 44 overs. We all just enjoyed a bit of drinks. Just wet the old coggles. And it's Addy Ashok that will continue. He's 1 for 28, but Matt Fisher has been the chief destroyer for New Zealand, eh? And yeah, I was just getting our times a bit wrong there. It's the man still with me is Ken Borland. Quick coffee run?
No, I'm glad everyone else had a drink. I didn't manage to. The urn was empty.
Oh, going for the big one. You can even see Hay just trying to elude the bat. Tepa Moreki says, hold on, that was in my arc.
And our times were right, Kat. Just we have someone MIA at the moment.
Oh, this one is smashed nicely. He picked the wrong one there. Yeah, Mufasa probably went for a graze. Oh, slog sweep up in the air. There's a man down there, but it's in no man's land. JB Marks another one of those fields in South Africa that is massive. It's a massive, massive pitch. Even with us using the pitch more to the left, it's still about a 65, 70 meter hit to the leg side. Oh, lovely wrist work by Tepa Moreki. Doesn't look like he's going to just allow Addy Ashok to bowl at him.
Fast bowlers, I think, always a bit fidgety against leg spinners. It is like, why are you bowling to me?
Lovely placement there as well. Just trying to elude the right-hander, but fantastic fielding. It is Nick Carter. He comes in very close from that position. Oh, this one is absolutely smashed to slip. Nice cue end. 8-ball corner pocket there for Tepa Moreki as the over comes to an end. 189 for loss of 8, and he's showed his intent. He's not just going to hang about.
I'm sure Ashok is pleased with that. Looks like Moreki might be giving him some chances if he faces him again.
Yeah, not sure they're going to take the ball out of Matt Fisher's hand in the next couple of overs. Looks like they were able to. As Folks comes into the attack. Zach Folks. So picked up one of the wickets yesterday. It's the first time we'll see him in the attack today. Bowled pretty well in the ODIs. Can become a handful.
Didn't have much luck though. 14 overs, no wickets for 110 runs.
Well, he's probably got to feel that his best chance to pick up another wicket or two is now. He wants to get the ball in his hand now.
Well, he's got one wicket already, and that was the wicket of Ackerman, that great catch down the leg side. Standing up by Mitchell Hay. Folks, of course, not long before last week's one-day series, made his test debut and took 9 wickets on test debut in Zimbabwe, a record for New Zealand.
Yeah, very uncomplicated bowler. He runs in, nice lines, gets through the crease. Not as quick as Matt Fisher, but he can really ref it up if he really bends that back.
moved the ball quite a bit yesterday. Nice economical action. Looks like he's the sort of guy who can bowl longish spells.
Finding the outside part of the bat and will run away for 4. Don't think New Zealand will mind this too much.
Nicely played though by Skalk Engelbrecht. A nice educated little steer down to third man.
Yeah, it's his second boundary for his innings. He's on 12 of 18. 23-year-old Zachary Glenn Fawkes. Born in Christchurch in Canterbury. Oh, fantastic fielding. Great fielding there. It's Simon Keane. Another player that's impressed. The Keane and Fox combination coming through again. We saw a lot of that in the ODIs as well. They saved the innings on a couple of occasions, those two. Now Fox getting backed up in the field. And you can see that short ball is going to be brought up. Fantastic running by the two South Africans. Engelbrecht had no doubt in his mind there's going to be a second. And they've just brought that man that was in front of square where he took a brilliant catch to get rid of Smith. He just moved around. He's almost like a leg gully at the moment. They've got gully, leg gully, the man at short mid-wicket, and then the conventional mid-wicket as well. Looks like he's just getting the ball to tail away. He's bowled 9 overs. His first one for today, 1 for 36. You can just look at those shirts. The wind has picked up quite a lot here in Potchefstroom. A nice cross wind from left to right. Talking about a cross wind sweeping majestically through the Serengeti. Mufasa back from grazing. Pendulo Makobane, welcome.
The finest MC introducer I've heard. How you come up with the things you come up with are a shock to me.
Oh, you really want to start the dad jokes early, don't you? But a shock is bowling 195 for loss of 8, bowling to Tsepo Mareki. Oh, just getting a little bit uncomfortable is Mareki.
How often does this happen though, Gert? Massive score. Long day in the field, bowling and fielding. And then it's utter capitulation on your first innings. And it feels like in games like these, you just look forward to the second innings and ensuring that you clean up all the mistakes and understand all the learnings that you are supposed to take on how to play on the innings and then construct the big score.
Oh, this one is tossed up nicely. It just looked like it didn't carry to Ashok. Might have even hit him on the foot. Engelbrecht's getting away with that one. I think you're right, Pendulo. I think there's also 1 or 2 soft wickets, really. That fell as well. Oh, this one is tossed up, and Tsepo Moreke says, thank you very much. I'll have a fofa. Had a nice full go at that one.
If it's there to be hit, you still go for it. Tsepo Moreke. It was last year where he amassed his first fifer and his first half century. He eventually got 2 of them last season, Tsepo Moreke.
And again, works around the corner. And this will be another 2. As Keane picks it up, he's the man doing duties all the way there on the fence. It's a big boundary there as Ashok completes his 9th over. It's 47 gone. 200 has come up with that boundary as well. So 200 for the loss of 8 now for SAA. Zach Volks coming in, and got to agree with you. That 407 is a long way off to avoid the follow-on. So most likely the batters would also want to change their mindset and say, how can we really get this innings going again? Because no doubt that even if it's 350 that these two might take us to, New Zealand will ask SAA to bat again. Don't think they've got any plans to go for a second innings. This one just, Zach Volks just running in, and Engelbrecht just tucking it around the corner.
Always want to dangle a little piece of meat for the other team to chase. So if South Africa do reach a 250 from this situation and they're still down by 350, if New Zealand come in and bats again and add 200 runs, they bat South Africa completely out of the game. And so when South Africa comes in to bat again, there wouldn't be a need for them to attack anything. And it's in that attacking nature and in the belief that they can chase the score down that the wicket-taking opportunities come briskly and swiftly. And so you don't want to take yourself out of the game and make yourself into a hard position bowling for nothing for a long time. So it would be a good idea. It would be interesting to see how far South Africa take it. And it would be interesting to see what the decision New Zealand take.
Oh, this one nearly carried to the man at gully. Fantastic fielding. It's Phillips. Great stuff there. That was great reflexes because he went hard at that one, didn't he?
Well, it seems like it runs in the blood in the family there, Phillips. Dale, Glenn, but even in his own right, he feels good after that 103. He batted absolutely beautifully on day number 1.
That was a much simpler opportunity. The ball coming directly at him. But yeah, just coming back to asking them to bat again. Knowing that this is day 3, normally known as moving day. They feel like they're so close. They can bowl SAA out before lunch. Stick them back in. That means they got 5 sessions to pick up 10 wickets. Pitch has held up nicely. Oh, lovely short ball. Lovely short ball. That man at leg gully just glooming. But yeah, they got something to bowl at, and also they'll have a new cherry in their hand then as well. Mm-hmm. Having Matt Fisher running in with a new kookaburra. That could always make a difference.
At the same time, though, you always run the risk of the batters learning from their mistakes, actually. And then they start applying themselves. And then your 50-over-old bowlers, you're now asking them to give you another 70, another 80 overs in the second innings, depending on how long the South African A-team chooses to go. But Zach Volks is doing well. Matt Fisher, no need to tell that story. That's why South Africa are in this position at 203 for 8 after 48.
It's a maiden over there by Zach Volks. And Eddie Ashok, how long would you have him bowling before you bring in Lennox?
You're making me look at all the pipes under this bus, Gert. It genuinely depends on how well he keeps on controlling his bowling, because you've had Fisher strike. He's also taken a wicket so far.
And also
Trapping out.
Yeah, sorry, and also the fact that they're actually looking to take him on, might just keep him on.
Just like that, Gert. Just opens up the game for him just a bit more now. And the confidence that he's already gotten the first wickets of Krishile, who was the man South Africa were looking forward to hold the innings together. It's a key wicket. So I'd keep him going for as long as he doesn't leak any runs.
At the moment, Tsepo Moreki is not picking him. He thought it was going to be a wrong one. Played down the wrong line. Got to feel he's setting him up here. 2 leg breaks in a row. Oh, this time he has a big heave-ho. Tsepo Moreki not even looking at his partner. He says, what are you looking for to run for? That's a maximum.
Fighting fire with fire, Tsepo Moreki. It's floated up nicely by Adi Ashok, inviting the big stroke. You miss high hits. Didn't miss it even in the tiniest bit. And so they put the man down at the long on boundary for any mistimed shot. It's a very strongly reinforced leg side boundary by the New Zealand A team.
Yeah, well, Tsepo Moreki has shown that he's not going to hold back, and no boundary is too big for him.
There's nothing else to defend for. You are here in this situation. You're coming in at number 10. You are a ginormous amount of runs behind. So might as well just throw all of it in the kitchen sink, see where it takes you, and then let your batters come and try do it again.
Oh, and an absolute beauty. As I said, he was setting him up for that one. It was leg break. The 6 went, and then all of a sudden, the big wrong un just going through the gate of Tsepo Moreki's defenses, and he got cleaned up.
It's as if Adi Ashok knew that this was about to come. Just beat him all round. It's amazing the amount of turn and spin that is getting out of the surface. The ball sharpened back, and even the wicket that was given out for Krishile sharpened back into his front pad. It's really good bowling from Adi Ashok. And Tsepo Moreki had no clue on how to deal with that, and it's just one more wicket to go.
Tsepo Ndwandwe coming in. Here's the man that kind of single-handedly kept everything alive for South Africa in the field. The 7 wickets that went down, all the credit to him. I would love to hear that conversation between those two batters now, Engelbrecht and Ndwandwe, as they walk to the crease. It'll probably be just, look at the ball.
Teammates at the Titans as well. Tsepo Ndwandwe and Skalk Engelbrecht. Skalk Engelbrecht did bat well at the West Indies, so scoring that 77. Tsepo Ndwandwe, like you said, known for his bowling. The numbers speak for themselves after all.
Yeah, average still needs to get up there a little bit. Highest score of 23. Would love to eclipse that today. Age of 30. And you got to feel that the first one up is going to be another big wrong one. You can just see the way he's very animatingly changing the field and getting everyone ready is the bowler. Adi Ashok into Ndwandwe. That's the end of his 10th over. Picked up a wicket. He went for a big 6 and then got his revenge on Tsepo Moreki. He's now picked up 2. It's 209 for the loss of 9. And SAA only managing to bat 49 overs thus far. Is it because of the amount of white ball cricket that's being played that the patience might not be there?
It's a tough question to answer. Some of the wickets have been a little bit soft, like we've said.
Zach Falks getting a top edge. Just eluding that man at leg gully.
When the ball trails down to the leg side and they just clip it down, that's a wicket gone, as we saw with several of the wickets. Some keeping low. Jordan Herman getting a vicious bouncer. But Matt Fisher was on the mark here today. He was absolutely on the mark. He made full use of all the opportunity that the surface gave him, really making mistakes. And when you do that as a bowler, you are going to get the opposition team in trouble. South Africa just didn't have the answers, it seemed, to some of the questions that were posed by the New Zealanders.
Yeah, take it back to the ODIs, and it's a very similar team that we saw from New Zealand, but all of a sudden playing the red ball format, they just look like a completely different unit. Struggling to get over the 200 mark in ODIs and all of a sudden scoring 600 in this 4-day game in their first innings.
Can also attribute to tired legs. It's a long time being out there, the sun beating down on the South Africans. And it was clean utilization of the opportunity by New Zealand to score all of those runs. Bad balls given, they take full use of them. Good balls given, they try to rotate the strike. South Africa were never in the front foot after the loss of Marcus Ackerman's wicket. He was taking the game on. Got a vicious one, Jordan Herman. And so the way things are going, it's a brilliant toss to win for New Zealand, who chose to bat first. And the conditions now have changed to a bowler-friendly suit, and the surface dried up. The spinners are in, the seamers are in, and they're making full use of it.
Yeah, Zach Falks. We saw a couple of beautiful Yorkers by Matt Fisher. He was really bowling well. The one that Tristan Lee's got uprooting the middle.
Rivaldo Munsami getting one of those as well. Targeted bowling from Matt Fisher.
Outside part of the bat, big appeal. Everyone heard something except the umpire. Short leg probably telling Ndwandwa there, come on, man, look at the piece of wood I still have in this ball. Take a walk. But no one heard it.
It's like New Zealand are playing a different type of game here. Zach Falks moves this one away. Fishing Ndwandwa, the length was beautiful as well.
The noise they heard was actually the bail falling off. If you look at the replay there, as soon as the ball is passed, you can actually see just behind Ndwandwa, the bail just coming off. Look at that, the wind just blowing off the bail. Just shows you that the wind has definitely picked up.
Yes, that explains the big appeal from Zach Falks. Thinking that something happened, and it's not the first time that the bail has fell off. Fell off from the university end as well, as Ken Boland lets us know. Sharp memory. And it happened just before that ball as well. So it indicates how strong the wind is here in Potchefstroom. It's 211 for 9 after 50.
And normally the umpires have got in their bag of tricks, which you will call the heavy bail. They'll get that into the the game quickly as possible. We saw the umpire just lifting up his hand. He might have just called to the match referee, just get the heavy bells on. And there was something. There's a bit of turn. And Eddie Ashok, oh boy, has he started to really rip it.
You ask me how long do you keep him on? Why would you take him off? It's bowling excellently well. Especially to the lower part, in the lower order of the batting order, he can play and toy around with his tricks, as you saw with that delivery. So slow and loopy over the air. And then he can just play around and see what works, because it has a bigger chance of working to lower order batters.
Engelbrecht getting nicely in behind that one. Yeah, I got to agree with you. It's almost like playing cat and mouse, just toying with the prey. A little bit quicker. Engelbrecht up to the task. Brings in Ndwandwe back on strike, and this is the one they wouldn't mind being on strike. We saw with Tsepo Mareke, how long would it take for him to keep his patience?
It was a 5 delivery plan, which cost him 6 runs. Oi, but here, Tsepo Ndwandwe, first ball, is already having issues, and Ashok has one more to see what he can do.
Yeah, the lower order not always able to face the spin, so they don't really pick the different deliveries. Oh, he tossed that up nicely. Actually asking Ndwandwe to have a go. That brings the 51st over to the end. It's 213 for the loss of 9. Engelbrecht is on 17 of 31, and Ndwandwe has 2 of 10. Zach Folks back in the attack, running away from us. Here from the varsity end.
It's just one more wicket to go. We've seen Zach Folks bowl some of those away moving deliveries, going against his natural in-swingers.
This one is up in the air and just falling in between the keeper and that man at short. It's the second one that he's... and Engelbrecht has gotten to elude the fielders. Great placement.
Speaking of that ball that sharpens back into the right-hander, perfect example of that. Dipping it short. Just a couple of feet too far. The leg slip. Basically a leg gully at that position.
He's actually come in about 4 steps. Might feel that he's setting him up once again. What this does allow, even with the short mid-wicket in as well, he can really attack the stumps. He can really go straight at Engelbrecht and ask him if you want to go over the top.
And that's signified by the fact that there's no one in the deep on the leg side. You can see from your screen, that's the open offside. There's a deep square leg, but their plan is to work on this leg side. The Joe Carter's getting close in the short mid-wicket. Zach Folks is now coming around the wicket.
Oh, and a lovely little deft touch by Engelbrecht. This might just bring in a leg slip. And it's his 3rd boundary.
It's finely placed by Skalk Engelbrecht, nearly avoiding Mitch Hay, who's purposely standing on the leg side even to ensure that he covers that distance. He places it perfectly.
He got enough bats on it, didn't he? Immediately seeing that plan's not going to work as Zach Fox is going over the wicket once again.
It's an amazingly attacking field from the New Zealand A team. It's so much pressure because they are so close onto the playing pitch. You have your leg gully, you have your conventional gully, a short mid-wicket is in there, and Zach Fox is bowling exactly to his plan. If there was an outer ring, or if there was an inner ring on this field, they would be so far inwards in it, barely giving Skulk Engelbrecht space to play his shots.
Oh, he went for the pull. That man, it's almost a long leg. Picks it up and throws it in. And yeah, when you are 9 down and you still have to get about 380 odd runs, it almost feels like you can't really see the green of the field. All you're seeing is the other fielders, the white fern just closing in on you.
But those are the times where you have to keep your head. Skulk Engelbrecht still keeping his, the last ball of the over, rotating the strike so he can make sure that he's on strike at the start of the next over. Ndwandwe just needs to survive this last delivery. He eats one up.
Oh, that's going to hurt. That's going to leave a little bit of a mark. He's going to remember that one. See him just walking away. Looking tough, thinking, is the ball all right? 218 for 9. He'll probably just ask the umpire to have a look there at the ball, just making sure that it didn't change shape or anything.
Tsepo, Chuck Norris and Ndwandwe getting all 7 wickets for South Africa, taking the blows as well to ensure that they keep going. Skulk Engelbrecht, very handy batter. Once he's in, he can play. And if he can keep taking on the strike and survive the threat of Adi Ashok, eventually the more you play him, the more you understand what the bowler has to give. But he's a very smart bowler, Adi Ashok.
Again, getting Engelbrecht just to push at that one. Just the one. Exactly what New Zealand A would have wanted.
Maybe he would have thought that the 2 was on. He ran that first one very hard, Skulk Engelbrecht. By the time he looked up to try and come back for the second, the ball was already in the air, flying back to Mitch Hay. Tsepo Ndwandwe now. 5 balls for Ashok.
Talk about a bit of air. That one got some mileage on it. Ashok really tossing it up and slow. That man is Clarkson at the fence there. Not the fact that he's the quickest man on the park, but boy does he have an arm. Again, just tossing it up and Ndwandwe placing it to perfection. He wants 2. He's probably telling Engelbrecht, I'm picking them.
Playing with confidence, he earned the runs. So he's going to take the runs. But also New Zealand having that deep cover.
Another beauty. As soon as it's under the eye line, you can just see that every batter thus far has struggled a little bit, just pushing hard hands at it. You can see that slip, just licking his lips, waiting for one to come. Well left by Ndwandwe, probably thinking why the top order struggled.
With these couple of deliveries, they have the deep cover in, down on the boundary. Wonder if they would have applied more pressure having him inside the ring. And that would just feel more suffocating for Tsepo Ndwandwe, as he has to try and hit it over the top if he wants to make any sort of run-making opportunity. But survives that over. 221 for 9 after 53.
Yeah, these two probably batting for lunch now. Lunch is 10 minutes away. At a very odd time of 12:19.
It's very specific. But cricket is a very specific game where if it's 12, 18 and 51 seconds, the bowler must start his over.
Zach Volks is into Engelbrecht.
They would have thought that it would be enough time for them to clear out the order. And so often it feels that way once you start clearing out wicket after wicket after wicket. And it's not just your main strike bowler taking the wickets, it's also your supporting cast off his work. And right now you run danger of getting into the territory where the last batter understands what he needs to do just to survive.
It's also, it will take a lot of confidence back into SAA. This one worked nicely. It will just show the top order as soon as you can actually just get in, just stay in. But it will take a bit of momentum if they can make New Zealand come out after lunch again, just to field, even if it's for a couple of minutes. It means they only have a quick 10-minute changeover to get ready for the bat. It might just give them opportunity. But South Africa will bat again, no doubt. No fear that New Zealand will come in for an inning. So if they can just bring them out after lunch, it just takes the game a little bit deeper. Coming around the wicket to Engelbrecht. And also what it will do is it will just give that top order a little bit more time just to get rested, maybe hit a couple of balls.
And as they do that, they sit here and they watch. And cricket, in as much as it's a team sport, it's also an individual game. Your ego will tell you that if the number 11 can do it, I can do it at the top of the order. Actually, that should be the message that this partnership is sending through to the team, that if I can last 16 balls, if I can last 41 balls, and these are your number 8, number 11 batters, with my skill set at the top of the order, and with the rest, like you've just alluded to now, that they now have after these 53 overs and the sleep, because yesterday it was straight after a tea break. That's at the 20 minutes interval. After fielding for 5 whole sessions, you have to feel the weight, regardless of how well prepared you are, how fit you are, your legs are tired, and the New Zealand bowlers didn't bat. So they are as fresh as they can be. So maybe after, when they come back for the second innings, they will be fresher and more applicable of their work.
I agree with you there. And then also, it's got to be said though as well, they are facing a ball that is 50 overs old, where the top order will face a brand new Kookaburra. So this might be the reason why Matt Fisher has been taken out of the attack as well. They want him to actually rest up and get that body just hydrated again. Oh, what a delivery that is. That's probably the question is going to be, how hard is the deck?
Great work from Zach Volks. Top from Mitch Hay behind the wickets as well, because that was a sharp delivery. The reflexes, my goodness. Mitch Hay made that look way too easy than what it was.
Oh, that was phenomenal glove work. My word, I haven't seen that in quite a while, where you actually got your keeper standing up and you decide you're going to bowl one back of a length and one really short bumper. Ashok again. He's into Tepu Ndwandwe, that works him to the leg side from the inside part of the bat. Moves on to 5.
You still have Simon Keane who can come bowl. You still have Josh Clarkson who can bowl if Zach Volks needs to rest.
This one is slapped to the offside. It's that man Clarkson picking it up. Look at that arm. But I still can't get over the glove work for it we saw in the previous delivery. or the previous over of that, the last delivery of that over. That was phenomenal take by Hay. He's such a good keeper.
Tsepondwandwa living, surviving, and Skalk Engelbrecht giving him the trust that, yes, you must also get in, get your eye in. We are both in this together. And so far, he's been holding it on. Did get lucky at the inside edge, which offered the first single of the over.
Ashok getting a bit lucky there as well. His back foot actually cutting the line, the crease line there on the side. You are not allowed to touch it with your back foot. That's a no ball. Again, coming in very, very close there.
Great observation. But that's also good usage of the crease from Adi Ashok. He's trying to maximize all of the different angles he can use to attack those stumps and generate as much spin as possible too.
Oh, this one worked finally. The chase is on, but the ball's going to win. And the umpire gives runs, so a little bit of bat gotten onto it. And it's 4 runs for SAA. Welcome runs. 228 for the loss of 9.
This partnership moves to 19 runs now between Tsepondwandwa and Skalk Engelbrecht. And I feel like even though the runs are important, it's the amount of time that they are keeping on spending together out there. Tsepondwandwa, he's already faced 20 deliveries. Skalk Engelbrecht, he's about to face 10 overs in a blink of an eye. And that's the problem for New Zealand. And they bring a bowling change. Jaden Lennox, who's been the most economical, he's very well controlled, the left arm spinner. They're going to use the spinners in tandem.
I was wondering when Lennox going to have a bit of a go at this pairing. He hasn't picked up a wicket. He's a very, very clever bowler. Is Lennox? You saw that in the one dayers as well. Very well played by Ndwandwe. He's growing in confidence. Looks like he's in for the long haul.
He's going to have a better understanding of Jaden Lennox, wouldn't he? Because he himself, Tsepondwandwa, is a left-arm spin bowler who bowled a marathon spell, who would have trust in knowing what the surface will do as well from Lennox's bowling. Just the confidence to drive that through. He didn't even hesitate to play it, placed it so well, and he knew from his connection that he had a single. So he looks much more tighter versus Jaden Lennox, who is of the same make as he is.
Yeah, Jaden Richard Lennox. All in Napier in Hawke's Bay. Oh, Engelbrecht giving himself a bit of room. That's through the gap. The confidence is growing in these two. And it's another 4
Wonderful shot from Skalk Engelbrecht. And this is what New Zealand must be dreading. Them getting their eye in and then hurting them bit by bit by bit. Wonderful shot from Skalk Engelbrecht to open himself up. It's a tight gap there, but he finds it nonetheless.
Yeah, this one worked on the leg side. It looks like it's going to be a double as well. And Ndwandwe still reluctant. He wants to face a couple of deliveries. Looks like there's one more to go before lunch, MP.
The way things have been going, they will enjoy their lunch, these two. And that is if they do make it to lunch, because a lot can happen in the time that's still remaining. But Love how they're finding the spaces and now starting to rotate the strike. They're not forcing issues and trying to find boundaries. They're running well. They are communicating well. They understand what they need to do, and they eke out 8 runs from Jaden Lennox. It's 236 for 9 after 56.
Looks like we can have one more over with the time they gave us of 12:19. Might just have changed a tad. As Ken Borland is giving us the word that it's been extended since they are 9 down. It's normally about 30 minutes they get a time extension from, and no need for 30 minutes. Addy Ashok says, hold on, I'm hungry. I smelt the meat on the barbie. A middle stump knocked out of the ground.
An absolute peach from Addy Ashok. The wrong one does Skalk Engelbrecht no favors and no survival for lunch. It was going to be extended by virtue of them needing one more wicket. Addy Ashok just needed one more ball.
Yeah, a lot quicker, and this one just gripped and turned and went through the defences. And it's Ashok's 3rd wicket. And that means South Africa is all out for 236. A slight deficit still there, Pendulo.
It's not too bad, Gert. At least what they can be happy about, to be very honest, is from where they were able to take it below 400. Because from the way things were going, it looked like that was going to be a massive deficit. I'm sure maybe getting it below 350 would have been more ideal, even going for these two over lunch. But Matt Fisher had different ideas of that whole situation. Taking 6 wickets, he's getting cheers and claps from his team downstairs. And Addy Ashok, perfect supporting cast with his slow spin, which was also in an attacking nature, taking 3 wickets. And so South Africa will have a mammoth task to bat here today. They'll try to bat as long as possible. 371 is the deficit.
We'll be back at just after lunch. We're going to get something to eat ourselves. And then Pendulo Makubane and Ken Borland will join you for that session. It'll be the 2nd innings for South Africa. 236 all out. The deficit still just under 400. A lot of work to do by the SAA batters. And no doubt that New Zealand A will ask them to bat again. It is gloomy, but not as gloomy as it is for SAA at the moment. Join us in about 40 minutes' time, just after lunch. Here in Potchefstroom at JB Marks Oval. This is the unofficial test match between South Africa A and New Zealand A.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we welcome you
back
to JB
Mark's Oval in Potchefstroom, Northwest Province.
It's the Cricket South
Africa YouTube channel,
hand in hand with
Pitch Vision Productions, and we are bringing you
this third
innings of the match between South Africa A and New Zealand A.
After South
Africa got bowled out for 236, they still trailed by 371
with five more sessions remaining in the match. Two today and three tomorrow. New Zealand A come back to bat one more time with Reece Mariu and Dale Phillips. They have a lead of 371. After lunch, it's myself, Pendulo Makubane, and Ken Borland.
Play was meant to get underway at 1 p.m. for the second session, but we had a little splattering of rain, which has delayed things by another 35 minutes. And I dare say, not enforcing the follow-on might delay New Zealand's chances of victory too.
Having a conversation during lunch. One of our producers suggesting that winning this game does nothing in terms of winning anything or being a champion of something, and you want to give as much opportunity to your players to do what they need to do. So they're coming back yet and they're batting even more.
Two things, Pendula. For me, winning is winning. It's an objective. It's an outcome in itself. It has its own reward. You don't need to get a trophy or a title. You won the game. I don't know. You always play cricket to win. I believe. And you raised the very good point. Well, what about Matt Henry getting a Matt Fisher going for 10 wickets in the match? Is he not allowed some individual performances?
It's a good start that from Tshepo.
It's Curtis
Heafy
who's
starting up.
So I guess they are
changing up the order just a little bit here, the New Zealanders, to allow those opportunities.
Well, Heafy certainly seems to be in a rush. Third ball down the pitch, and just the Mareki bowled a good length to avoid him getting hit.
There's no need to hold back.
That is an
incredible shot from Curtis Heafy.
Not holding back,
taking the full walk as the ball goes over the top for 6 runs.
Wow, I wonder how many times the first runs in a first class innings were six via the scoop. Absolutely extraordinary Curtis Heafy, and certainly New Zealand's intent is very clear as their lead now bounds to 377.
Only 22 years old, Curtis Heafy. Facing the experience of Tshepo, who has been the pick of the seamers for South Africa throughout the South Africa A Tour this year, from the West Indies right up to now versus New Zealand A.
And he faced one shot
that wouldn't expect to have faced so early on in the start
of this
innings.
But Curtis
Heafy is definitely not holding back indeed.
Full expansive
shots.
Comes back for
two.
This will be an extended 2.5 hour session to make up for the 18 minutes we lost to bad light in the morning, and then that 35-minute delay due to rain. So 2.5 hours. Maybe you get 30 overs. Look, there's no doubt South Africa aren't going to be rushing through their overs. So 30 overs, get to 180, 200. Lead of over 570.
We saw some short deliveries being used. by Matt Fisher. We saw it being used by Zach Fawkes
as well
by New Zealand.
And it did
seem to
bounce up
high enough to be a threat.
Starting off
there,
Tapamureki goes for 9
runs.
It was a really
good shot from Curtis Heafy.
Paddled that,
scooped it over
the wicketkeeper
for 6 runs.
Well, if anyone else can remember a first class innings where the first runs have been a scoop for 6, do comment on our YouTube channel. I'm fascinated. South Africa are turning to spin. Skalk Engelbrecht going to bowl from the JB Marks Oval end. Sorry, just the JB Marks end. Made some very useful runs with the bat, which will have cheered him up a bit after he had a tough time with the ball in the first innings.
If we are talking about providing opportunity in these games of the A and the emerging sides,
you have Skalk Engelbrecht, who's given the opportunity to bowl once more and maybe redeem his work from this first innings. Went for 6.5 runs to the over and bowled 18 of them on top of that. So after Ndwandwe bowled 45, you feel like you want your second spinner to show why they've been selected in the game and give the opportunity for him.
Yeah, Tsepo Ndwandwe took the second new ball yesterday and got a wicket very quickly. Skalk Engelbrecht getting a chance with the new ball now, just 1 over old.
I guess this shows a balance when it comes to these A-team sides where no team definitely wants to lose. It always looks bad. But also at the same time, what you want is to have an A side and an emerging side, which is a strong side for the pipeline of the South African team. You want to assess what each player can do for you when pressures are different at this level of the game. And so having to tweak the balance between winning the game and breeding the confidence within the unit of the team, and whilst at the same time ensuring that everyone in the team does what they need to do so that they do get seen, is that delicate fine touch that the management team needs to find. It's 10 for no loss after 2.
If this were a tour game and it was the Black Caps, say, preparing for a test series that starts next week, then absolutely no problem with giving your batters more time out in the middle. But New Zealand Day have thoroughly dominated this contest from the outset, from the opening day when Reece Murray and Dale Phillips, who's opening the batting with Heafy now, put on 230 for the first wicket. Phillips got 103. Murray went on to 249, the second highest score ever for New Zealand Day. The highest was 268, made here as well by Matthew Sinclair.
Was a touch away from his 250 Reece Murray. And he's done what he needed to do for the match. He's done what he needed to do beyond expectation, really, with that 249. And so Curtis Heafy, the leading run scorer for the 50-over competition, showing his array of shots.
I guess Matt Fisher's made enough of a statement with the ball. 6 for 43 he took, which is the 4th best ever bowling figures for New Zealand Day.
The man at the wickets were taken too. Some of the wickets you watched from the 50-over competition, you're like, it's the bowler, it's the batter here who gave the wicket away, striking 2 and 2. What he showed today was a consistency in banging the correct lines and lengths, and he was so quick and he was so sharp, hitting the deck hard.
And then when he changed it up with those Yorkers, it became an absolute minefield for the South African batters.
Yeah, those Yorkers will live in the memory. Rivaldo Moonsamy and Tristan Luss absolutely cleaned up by two superb Yorkers.
And he has been taking wickets continuously, Matt Fisher. It's just that, like we said, a little bit of expense. That one game, 0 for 73, will stick out like a thorn. But 4 wickets in the first match, 6 in the first innings. And after taking a wicket in each of the innings in his debut game versus Zimbabwe, Matt Fisher, alongside Reece Mariu, have done the job in the first innings. The South African seamers, they too will be wanting to get a crack in the New Zealand lineup, because it's only Tsepo Ndwandwe who got the wickets. And so they want to show that they were here, and not just as bowlers to give runs away to New Zealand, but also to offer some sorts of threats and get wickets back.
I tell you, Marcus Ackerman did very well to get a hand on that drive, because it was fiercely struck by Dale Phillips to get off the mark.
And so I like the idea also of Dale Phillips at the top of the order. Just his style of cricket is so lovely to watch. And what we saw in that first innings is that he can switch it up. He's not just a one-dimensional, I'm going to hit this out the ground. He can switch it up, and he can withstand moments of pressure so that eventually he's able to dish it back to the bowling side.
Yeah, both teams are probably pretty much going to be in one-day mode, almost T20 mode, because I don't think New Zealand A will bat too long. Surely they've got to put South Africa A back into bat before the end of play today.
Good shot. Not good. Even better. Absolutely exquisite from Dale Phillips. Just leant back and popped it over the point boundary for 6 whole runs. Stunning way to end the over. 19 for no loss.
This is a brilliant shot. So much bat speed, and it wasn't that wide from Tsepo Moreki, but he created space for himself, did Dale Phillips. I mentioned that Matt Fisher's 6 for 43 were the 4th best bowling figures ever for New Zealand A. Just pipped into third place or pipped out of third place by Doug Bracewell, who took 6 for 42 against West Indies A in 2020. And then Todd Astor, 7 for 78 against Sri Lanka A in 2015. And the record holder is Brent Arnell, who took 8 for 81 against Zimbabwe A in Harare in 2010.
Records and records. And it's really nice being a part of a setup where you get to experience those records being shattered. It's not nice being on the other side, experiencing them. And Scott Engelbrecht showed promise during the preseason games. 2 innings where he got 4 wickets. It's a different type of test here, though, because New Zealand seem so comfortable. It's not like pressure is on their shoulders, and they are playing carefree. And South Africa, not really loud, not really chattering, might fall into the trap of going through the motions here until New Zealand allow them to bat again.
I suppose it's a good opportunity for the South Africa A bowlers just to hone some limited over skills. New Zealand A will be coming all out. Can they just keep a lid on the scoring here? So far, not too well. Going at 6 and over exactly.
And you can already see that they are trying to go for it. Skalk Engelbrecht is trying to bowl it a little bit fuller, trying to go a little bit flatter. The New Zealand batters seem to be very happy to just go onto the back foot and allow more time for them to assess and play the ball. They eke out 4 easy runs, 23 for no loss after 4.
I have another record to chat about, Pendula, and it's a significant one for the Phillips household. The first wicket partnership of 230 between Rhys Murray and Dale Phillips is a New Zealand A record, beating the previous one of 226, which was Tim Seifert and Glenn Phillips, the older brother of Dale. It was against West Indies A in 2020. So younger brother Dale has got some bragging rights on Glenn now. He's taken the record away from him.
It's in the blood.
Blood moon on the first night of this game as well.
It's all aligning. And it's always good for you to make your own claim to fame, especially if you're under the shadow of a now a well-known player in Glenn Phillips, and you say, no, I want to be known by my own rights, and you have to face step on Ndwandwe now to call the wickets in the first innings in Ndwandwe. And he comes back in the end where he did his destructive job, bowling to Dale Phillips, gets a single.
Well, never mind the moon. This is the biggest star for South Africa so far in this match. They haven't had much to cheer about, but Tsepo Ndwandwe, a fantastic effort in the first innings. Took 7 wickets, bowled 23 overs unchanged from this end yesterday.
And I suppose also, from a grander scheme of things, it makes sense New Zealand choosing to bat first for a short while to allow Curtis Heafy to go to the top of the order. That's where he bats for Central Districts. Dale Phillips continuing where he left off, though, in the first innings. Where he left off since 2 weeks ago in the one-day games. A reverse sweep played authoritatively for 4. Looked really good from Phillips. Not even premeditated. He moved after that ball has been released. It was a clear shot, played on merit, picked up the line and length so well. Bold batters now playing that reverse sweep as part of their arsenal. It's no longer a surprise. The pedal shot seems to be the same thing here today. We've seen an array of shots, especially the first ones of the day from Curtis Heafy. Played that for 6 whole runs. Phillips gets 2.
Looking a bit brighter now after that passing rain shower.
Curtis Heafy as well. Last time he batted outside of New Zealand Air and outside of this series, it was a 50-over game. It was a 20-over game, rather, in the Global Super League. Fascinating tournament, the Global Super League, where teams from around the world are invited to Guyana and they go and they play. Almost what the champions the CPL was back in the day, where best teams around the world would play. That's the last time he played. Curtis Heafy scored 50, not out. So he can go expressive and hit them big and hit them fast. 33 for no loss after 5.
SA20 auction has started in Johannesburg as we speak, and Global Super League was actually a predecessor to the SA20. Before the SA20 was the Mzansi Super League, which only lasted for a couple of seasons. But before that, South Africa's big idea for a franchise T20 tournament was the Global Super League. Unfortunately, never got off the ground.
It'll be very tough nowadays, given how many players interchange teams, interchange tournaments. Some players playing different tournaments at the same time, even. But point of bringing that up was to just show that Curtis Heafy is quite a talent at only 22 years old. And Daniel Flynn giving him an opportunity to come to the top of the order to express himself a bit more. In that first innings, came down lower in the order, came down at number 4, only scored 32. And so now, with absolutely no pressure on him, we want to see what he can do. It's tidier done, but though by Skalk Engelbrecht here. Not giving any loosies and keeping it clean.
Very good over so far. That's the first run off it. Just one ball remaining in the over the aggressive Dale Phillips though on strike.
Shows that aggression. Might it be at a cost? It is. His wicket tumbles. Marcus Ackerman takes the catch at a double take. Dale Phillips looking to go big. Alas, he goes home. Caught at mid-off. It's 34 for 1. Engelbrecht with the strike.
So Dale Phillips falls for 17 off 13 balls, a 4 and a 6 there. Poor old Skalk Engelbrecht. After the miseries of the first day with the ball, his heart would have been in his mouth as Ackerman got under the ball easily enough, but then it popped out for a moment. But the skipper kept his cool and caught the rebound, as you'll see here.
Wanted to go really aggressive. Herman with the catch, with our correction. Apologies. Jordan Herman with the catch. And Dale Phillips was trying to go under that. Looking to counter-attack Skalk Engelbrecht. Never really got to the ball properly. Jordan Herman does it.
Herman is a long way away from our commentary box. He looks a bit shorter than I imagined him to be. Thought it was Marcus Ackerman. Apologies. You
And
see Ackerman there in picture, walking away to. He's at mid-off now.
Normally does stand at that position. Apologies once more. Jordan Herman with the catch. Thank goodness it wasn't anything bad upon the name. So all is well. Tshepo Ndwandwe finally has someone else he can share wickets with. And he's saying it's in the good areas. We saw Adi Ashok getting some really good movement off the surface. Skalk Engelbrecht bowling it in the correct areas, also getting some level of assistance. A little bit of a fumble by not Marcus Ackerman.
All right. No need to rub it in. Mr. Wind Direction.
Mr. Sweep, Joe Carter. This is the man who played really well coming in after the breakage of the 230-run partnership. It's so difficult. You get your mind into the game to say, yes, I'm about to bat, and then you are not batting, and you are not batting, and you are not batting as they amassed 230. And then he needed to come in afterwards, after the dismissal of Dale Phillips. And you can't expect to walk in and bat like Rhys Mario was, and you can't expect to walk in and bat like Dale Phillips was prior to you. And so he played himself in so well, Joe Carter, and he has a perfect platform to better that 57.
He took his time in the first innings, did Joe Carter, batted for nearly 2.5 hours, faced 110 balls for that 57. I dare say he'll get on with things a little bit quicker today.
It also just wears the South African batter, bowlers or fielders and everyone even more. You are going to have to bat again. And it will be so much smarter for New Zealand to make them bat again today and try to eke out as many wickets as they can with whatever they have left at the tank. So if they give them 15 or 20 overs to bat, it's them giving themselves 15 to 20 overs to get wickets off tired legs and tired minds. 7 overs done. 36 for 1.
Skalk Engelbrecht has got the cap off and giving it to umpire Stephen Harris. Excellent previous over by Skalk Engelbrecht. Just 1 run off it and the wicket of Dale Phillips. So opportunity for him to build on that now. Bowling to the new batter, Joe Carter.
Hitting much fuller lengths this time, Skalk Engelbrecht, which is good. His issue was that he was a bit too short. Day number 1 and day number 2. Tsepo Ndwanda was a bit too full day number 1, but he sorted it out yesterday in day number 2. He has chance number 3 here, Skalk Engelbrecht, to sort out his areas. And he's really starting to find his groove. This is nice to watch from Skalk Engelbrecht. It's really nice to watch from Skalk Engelbrecht. He strikes one more time. Another stumping for Rivaldo Munsami in this match. Make that 2. Just like the amount of wickets Engelbrecht has now. The New Zealand captain is gone. Stumped by Munsami.
Gave that one a bit of a rip, did Skalk Engelbrecht, but maybe he had a sense that Carter was going to charge him because he also bowled it quite wide. But Skalk Engelbrecht, it's just funny how one discipline of the game can feed into the other in terms of confidence. Batted nicely for the 35 runs he scored. And that kept New Zealand in the field a little bit longer than they would have expected. And bowling with much greater confidence now as he gets 2 wickets in 3 balls.
This is what the selectors wanted to see when they picked him. They wanted to see that skill come through. And it's only been 3.2 overs. He's going to need to bowl way more than that. It's a lot of wickets to go through. It's a lot of batting that New Zealand possess. And coming in now is Mitchell Hay. Speaking of that skill that New Zealand possess.
Yeah, it wasn't his glove work something to behold in that South Africa A first innings. Yesterday he took an amazing catch, standing up to the seamer, Zach Fuchs, down the leg side to dismiss Marcus Ackerman. There was a bit of extra bounce as well. It was a phenomenal take. And today, a moment, was it Fuchs again, bowled a bouncer with Hay standing up, and he just took it with absolute aplomb as Tsepo and Ndwandwe hit the dirt.
Additionally, when Skalk Engelbrecht was batting, he had to face a lot of, and he had to watch a lot of Adi Ashok, who was bowling really well. He was bowling with much control, with good speed, and he was landing it in really seductive areas. Got good quality wickets. That Googly was a menace. And so, being on the other side and being the one in strike and watching the spin bowler giving you trouble, you tend to pick up the data on where you need to bowl when you come in. And he's absolutely made the perfect adjustment here, Ken. It's hard to explain how different he looks compared to what he was bowling in the first innings, because this is exactly what he needs to do. A maiden wicket for Engelbrecht, 36 for 2.
He's bowling a bit fuller, for one thing. So in the first innings, there were too many deliveries that were really just short. He was bowling a flatter, with a flatter trajectory, and it was just dropping far too short on a slow pitch. The batsmen could really take their time, pick their spot, and hit him away. But he still bowling quite quickly through the air now, but just getting it that little bit further up to the bat. And he's made a great start to the second innings.
Beauty of the game that you get to do it twice. It's never a fluke, and it's never bad luck. It equalizes over time, and it becomes down to pure skill. Tsepo Ndwandwe, a perfect exponent of that, conceding 100 runs on day number 1. Day number 2, claimed 6 wickets on top of his first. So Skalk Engelbrecht, a very tough first innings. He's playing in a different spectrum and bowling at a different spectrum right now, though. And very quickly, South Africa have trusted that new ball to the spin bowlers.
Well, they've probably been, Ndwandwe certainly harder to hit than the pace bowlers. He's still using that wind. It's still blowing, as you look at your screen, from left to right.
Someone can get the wind direction correct. Oh, that's up in the air. Just over Munsami. Jason Smith, a little bit too far off. Using the spin bowlers forces the New Zealand batters to generate something to get these runs. It's not as easy as it was with the ball coming in, and can they just open up the face of the bat and guide the ball around the oval. Here they have to work for it. And I think also it's made worse by the fact that they are trying to attack. They are trying to go quickly. And so with spin being used and the lack of pace, with so much air being blown around, it just disempowers some of the scoring. Tsepo Ndwandwe wants more wickets. Big flash by Mitch Hay as the scoring late slows down a little bit. Tsepo Ndwandwe concedes 4. Good ticking off the scoring by New Zealand, getting 4 singles from it. 9 completed. It's 40 for 2.
And Pendula Magubani's bill is due. As we welcome back to commentary the old Bill from the Vaal River area, Kat Maloney. We'll get your views between deliveries, Kat, of what you thought of this decision by New Zealand A not to enforce the follow-on.
Thank you, Ken. I just feel you and Pendulo need to get it straight. You're calling me the old bull. You called me young earlier on.
Who on earth called you young? Little shuffle down the pitch from Mitchell Hay, but Engelbrecht continues to bowl really well. Much fuller than on the first and second days. Slog sweep sounds like excellent contact, and the fielders are looking beyond the boundary that went over the carports on the eastern side of the ground. Massive hit.
Yeah, I was up and over, and there we go. They're going to do a bit of a ball retrieval. And while they do that, and you asked me about my thoughts on them batting again, I must admit I'm a bit thrown. But we had a lengthy conversation over lunch about a lot of things. Some tiresome stuff as well. But yeah, I probably, if we spoke to Leah and everyone involved in production, it's kind of what these games are made for. It's for exposure, getting them pitch time as well, getting them batting time. Maybe just get him to a mindset if the game gets a bit closer, what can we do? Who can we send in? I actually thought they might change one or two things around a little bit. But just the way they've come out and bat shows that they still believe they can pick up 10 wickets within the last day. And with this being an extended session, the belief is there. And we had a few soft dismissals from this South African A team, which they would want to rectify, and one or two brilliant takes as well. So I must admit, I'm a bit on the fence, to be honest. But thrown that they didn't enforce the follow-on because it was their game to pick up, especially with the confidence of the South African A batters. And now a good bowling performance might just lift the spirits a little bit. Might just put them out of the game.
Well, it's taking time out of the game. I mean, there's not much point in New Zealand A batting again unless they're going to bat to at least tea, which is at 4:05. But I suppose the other thing, though, is that it will allow the pitch to deteriorate a little bit more. South Africa A batting last. I don't think it's the sort of pitch that's going to break apart. I mean, there's too much grass on it. Dead grass, but still, it's going to hold it together. But I guess if New Zealand say, 4 sessions should be enough to bowl South Africa A out at the end of the game, set themselves for a bit of a challenge as well, learning experience as well.
Talk about a learning experience. This man is finding the difference between left and right and left. Is that Smith up there? Yeah, it's Jason Smith up there. Following the arms and the hands of where that takes you back to club cricket, doesn't it? The surrounds are always perfectly cut. Go left. No, the other left.
Bongani Jele has given up hope. He brought the replacement balls on a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, it's probably hard in a 4-day game with the ball still fairly new. Oh, this was a good shot, wasn't it? Just dropped on the knee. Didn't try and hold it down, and he went up and over. And it is a blistering wind at the moment because we actually, if you are outside the comm box, you can actually hear the wind howling. So it is a big wind out there. I heard you guys said from left to right. It's actually from about northeasterly, coming across the field to a southwest.
Slightly more diagonally across the ground, yeah. That's true, yeah. So Skalk Engelbrecht is now bowling into the wind. Another big hit by Hay. Long off goes back, but he can only watch it sail over the side screen. 6 more for Mitchell Hay.
Well, he's not going to hang about. He decided, listen up, I had a great day with the gloves. He had a couple of phenomenal takes. And I decided, you're going to toss it up. I'm just going to smack it out of the ground. In the arc, out the park.
And 50 up for New Zealand A. We're in the 10th over. That lead up now to 423.
A nice little respite for the batters, as they've sent someone down that road again to come and look for the ball.
It reminds me of the nets when people are slogging in the nets and, eventually they just run out of bowlers because you got 3 of them going back looking for their balls. No one else is in a particular hurry to get slogged out the nets. You end up hurting yourself.
Yeah, so Engelbrecht has been bowling well, but that one again just overcompensating after getting slog swept, just going a bit wider, giving a bit more room. And Hay just says thank you very much. Hitting with the wind does make it a lot easier.
Bongani Jelly is getting some good steps in. He's back on the field with that box of replacement balls again. So the 2 wickets to fall in this innings so far. First to go was Dale Phillips, made 103 in the first innings. Was off to a good start this afternoon, 17 or 13 balls, but then Skalk Engelbrecht had him caught at a deep mid-off by Jordan Herman for 17. And then 3 balls later in Engelbrecht's next over, Joe Carter gave him the charge. Engelbrecht pushed it wide, gave it a rip, and Carter was stranded and stumped by Rivaldo Moonsamy for 1.
Yeah, so still a great return from what happened in the first innings. He's busy with his 5th, and even with those 2 sixes, only has gone for 18 runs. So 12 in 2 balls, and he is still up with the run rate, especially with these 2 really looking to push hard.
Just waiting for the long-off fielder to return from his travels down south towards the Vaal River. He's back, he's in place, and he'll field again now. This one's along the ground there.
Just let me know when he's down there. No decent club where you can have a cold one at.
Stylishly driven through the gap in the covers.
He looked good in the ODIs as well. Just looked like a all-round player. Nice and compact. Good technique.
Switching to around the wicket now. Skalk Engelbrecht. We'll just try and cramp Hay up a bit. Exactly where Echat Maloney is pointing is where the ball goes, and 4 runs to cow corner.
Yeah, it was always on the cards. You should have seen after that first slog sweep that's kind of where it's going to go. Now I changed the angle. Kind of went into the sitting area. So stayed over the wicket, just get it in flatter. See how much he dragged that one from way outside off as well. He was always going to go in that direction.
Do you feel Engelbrecht should have bowled the ball in a different place, or put that just down to good batting?
A bit of both, to be honest. I think he should have stayed over the wicket and then maybe just fired it in a little bit more into the pads maybe, without giving him any room. So you can't really drop on that knee if it's fired into your pads. He's got protection at deep square, so that would have been a safer route.
Expensive over, 18 off it, 58 for 2 after 10.
This time just taking the single, just getting Hay back on strike. If you might feel that I'll play second fiddle in this partnership, I'll just be the passenger. Because Hay looks like he's going.
Oh, bit of confusion in the running. Oh, I'm sure if Hay had gone immediately, there was a comfortable one there, but giving Heafy a bit of the strike. Heafy started very aggressively. Second ball, he was dancing down the pitch. Third ball was a scoop, 4-6. But it's just backed off a little bit now, 22 off 33 deliveries. And gone. He's reverse swept it. I'm not sure if he was trying to keep it down or if he was trying to hit it up and over. He didn't get good enough contact, that's for sure. Holds out at short third man, does Mitchell Hay.
Yeah, a bit of an anticlimactic finish to his innings. We were looking forward to a bit of fireworks, and all of a sudden, he just pops it up to a short third. I think he misjudged the length a little bit there. That's why I couldn't really get a complete slog sweep. It almost looked like he was just trying to lift it over that man at third man. But that's the end of Hay for 19.
Yeah, it was a bit too full from Tsepo and Ndwanwa. He couldn't get underneath it sufficiently, as you'll see here.
Easiest of catches. It's one of those that you hope for. But we saw one nearly drop out of the hands earlier on, when Herman had a second go at it. But that's 3 down for New Zealand, eh? Opting to bat again, just to make life a little bit more difficult for the SAA. And they got Clarkson in. The big man. He can hit a long ball.
4 fours and a 6 for him in the first innings, and he's 28 off 32 deliveries. And Clarkson's underway straight away, just whipping that for 2 wide of mid-on.
Yeah, born back in 1997. Also in Christchurch, in Canterbury, rather. It's a batting all-rounder.
Slower through the air from Ndwanwa, but Clarkson waited for it nicely.
He's played a couple of ODIs and also a few T20s internationally. Still waiting for that Test debut.
Gives himself room and bashes it over deep mid-off does Curtis Heafy for 4.
And Heafy decided, hold on, Hayes out. We need to keep up with the run rate, so let me have a bit of a bash. It's another 4-fer. And just giving yourself a bit of room, hitting with the spin and against the wind, though. So just clearing mid-off. 4 runs. Brings the end of the over. 11 gone, 66 for the loss of 3.
Wasn't a bad over by Tepo and Ndwanwa. Just that final delivery. Good batting by Heafy. Use of the crease. Creating space. As Skalk Engelbrecht continues from the JB Marks end. Oh, a bit of a drag across via the inside half of the bat through square leg. They'll get 2 for it. The field is set far back on that leg side.
Yeah, no holding back for the New Zealanders. That one, he looked straight over Engelbrecht's head. This one just dabbed into the offside, just for the one. Just getting Heafy back on strike. He's seeing it a little better than Clarkson at the moment.
Again, it gives himself room, does Heafy outside that leg stump. And the singles keep ticking over. 3 in a row now.
Now, they've all been in the same area about, apart from that inside part of the bat that went for 2.
Yeah, a bit ironic. The miss it has brought the most runs in this over. Oh, little shuffle down the pitch from Heafy, and then he was beaten in the flat, and bit of a wild heave, gets the inside edge. Fortunate there, Curtis Heafy.
And again, the inside edge top scoring in the over thus far. 2 of them going for 2s.
That's better contact. Heaved out towards cow corner and dropped short of the boundary, but over it goes for 4. So 11 off the over, 77 for 3.
He kind of decided, said, hold on, those 2s are hard work and let's double up. Let's go for a 4. Makes it a lot easier on the old legs. So Heafy is rocking along. He's 33 of 37 and Clarkson is 7 of 5. 12 over, 77 for 3. Going on quite nicely, batting at 6.4 to the over.
Yeah, if you were captain, Skalk Engelbrecht made such a good start to this innings. He's now gone for 29 in his last 2 overs. Do you protect his confidence? Take him off? Or do you say, here's a good learning opportunity. The batters are coming hard at you. Let's see if you can adapt.
Well, it's kind of the same situation that we had with Ashok, isn't it? The fact that they continually go at him might be the reason why they'll keep him on. Because they're actually having a go, not just working him about. Going at him a lot harder than they are with Ndwanwa. And they decided that, hold on, Mr. Borland, your voice travels. They're going to make a bit of a change as they bring in Jordan Herman.
Well, I'm pretty sure Engelbrecht will continue then, because unlikely to make a double change, I guess.
Or maybe just changing ends with Ndwandwa, maybe.
That's a possibility, certainly. Although the spinners are bowling at the correct ends just in terms of the wind. Tepa and Ndwandwa, of course, did a hell of a lot of work in the first innings. 44 overs and 5 balls. 23 of them were on the trot. Going down the pitch and slashed out to deep cover.
Yeah, we saw him coming on in the ODIs in the 40 overs. In the 50 over game, within the 40s, I think he was bowling 42, 44 and 46, if I'm not mistaken. All particularly well. There was one stage where we felt he might even bowl the last over. He's going pretty decently. Picked up 3 quick wickets, picked up the set batters.
Bit short, but it was a good line by Herman. That's tossed up nicely. I think thoughts of a second, but there's a Tristan Luss out there. Came in quickly, good fielding by the big all-rounder.
He's got a bit of an arm as well, so you don't necessarily want to take him on.
Down the pitch, lovely strike down the ground, and 1 bounce for Joe Clarkson. That was nicely played.
The timing and also the placement was absolutely perfect. He played that straight down. There is a man that's just a little bit wider from a conventional long on. You can just see him running after the ball. It was a lovely shot.
And now the sweep. More work for Tristan Luss. Jeepers, the ball took a very big bounce out there in the outfield. Just a bit of a rough patch. You can see there at the bare patch. Again, the hop outside leg stump and just nicely pushed into the offside.
One thing that they're trying to do is to cut out all the dot balls that I've noticed. They try and get one, even if it's a good delivery, try and get the one. And they're really running the first one hard to see if they can't push for a second.
I always think that's a good mindset to have for limited overs cricket. You're not always going to be hitting boundaries, and I don't feel that should always be your focus, even in T20 cricket. I like that mindset of, if it's not a boundary ball, or you don't feel confident that you can get a boundary off it, make sure you get at least one, and keep that scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, come in and score runs. Doesn't matter how they come. Make sure you score the runs, even if it's 1s and 2s. I think is very underrated. Especially if you're good between the wickets like these two are. They're running hard that first one. It puts a lot of pressure on the fielding side. Mistakes then will happen.
Kat Maloney picked it. It's a change of ends for Tepa and Ndwandwa. He's now bowling left arm spin into the wind. Normally left arm spinners like the wind to drift it into the right hander a bit, and then they can turn it away. The wind coming from the left, blowing over his left shoulder. And you can see that was pushed pretty wide.
Bowling into the wind is a bit of a skill. You don't just learn that overnight.
He could get tipped though, couldn't he? That's always a threat. Nicely swept. It will just be 1-0 to the deep mid wicket.
But with him bowling from this end, he's taking it away from the right-hander. So he's turning it away and making them access that short boundary on the leg side. A little bit more difficult because they got to hit against the turn now. And he does get every now and again a ball just to bounce a little bit more than you would expect.
And to be fair, that leg side boundary is not much shorter than the one on the other side. Smeared across the line. Well placed and excellent work down on the cow corner boundary there by Marcus Ackerman. Zubair Hamza.
Now, Tsepo Ndwandwe, the chief destroyer in the first innings for New Zealand. But even with him taking 8 wickets in the game, it doesn't look like they're scared to play him. They're playing him off the back foot, front foot, sweeping against the turn.
Again, a sweep from well outside off stump. Taken. Good catch. Running in from the boundary by Jason Smith. And that was just a little bit too ambitious. A sweep shot. As we spoke about, the ball always going away from the right-hander. And he was reaching it outside off stump, sweeping away. And just not good enough contact.
You could see him just jumping onto that 6 stump. But Ndwandwe saw him coming and just pushed it a little bit wider. Almost think that if he went on to cow corner, that would have been a safer option for him. But he swept it square. A bit more of a top edge, and Hifi is gone. And that's Ndwandwe's 9th wicket for this match.
Curtis Hifi gone for 36 of 43 deliveries. Excellent catch by Jason Smith, coming in from the boundary and diving forward. As we see the seam bowler, Zach Fuchs, coming to the crease. He had a really good one-day series with the bat, made 74 and 52. So he'll back himself to get a few quick runs this afternoon as well.
Him and Simon Keane was the reason why they were a little bit competitive in the first 2 games. Because both games they scored big partnerships to get them out of trouble. This time he can come bat without any pressure on him. All the pressure will still be on the South Africans. Although they are 89 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, the funny thing about this innings is that the number of runs New Zealand score doesn't really matter. Nicely tossed up by Ndwandwe to end the 14th over, 89 for 4. Well, what I mean by that statement about the runs not really mattering is that New Zealand were already 371 runs ahead when they started this innings. That's not a deficit South Africa are likely to go much past. And the lead now 460 for New Zealand A. All about time. How much time will South Africa A have to bat out to save the game? And how much time do New Zealand A need to take another 10 wickets?
As you see, a double change of ends. Ruben Herman, the over was just to get the 2 spinners to opposite ends. Having Engelbrecht bowling with the wind, that means that the hit will be against it. But the leg side will still just be a bit of a crosswind, not really into the wind.
Oh, too short from Engelbrecht and smited straight to cow corner. Well, Skalk Engelbrecht probably deserves a bit of luck after his first innings with the ball. But he got very lucky there. Clarkson goes for 16.
How many of those deliveries were dispatched in that first innings that he bowled? And this time they picked out the big mitts of Tristan Lees. Even him is saying, that was a bit of luck, wasn't it, boys? Yeah, but luckily he picked out the long guy. Don't stress, that's all one on the field.
Clarkson goes for 16 off 11 deliveries. And here's just a replay of Half-Tracker getting the wicket.
Well, compliments to Marcus Ackerman then. He made the change and all of a sudden picked up a wicket.
Simon Keane comes to the wicket. He blasted 3 fours and 3 sixes in scoring 44 of just 24 balls in the first innings.
And both of this partnership in the first and second one-day international was the one that both innings has saved the New Zealand A team, scoring 100 partnerships on each occasion. They just have a great understanding with one another, and oh boy, can they hit it. So we might see some more fireworks. Engelbrecht looking for his 4th. New Zealand, half the team now back in the dugout.
As Fine Leg is backpedaling closer to the boundary.
This might just help going over the wicket. Engelbrecht, he might just, with the wind, just drift it into the right-hander.
Work to do for the deep backward point fielder, Chepo Mareki. A couple of runs.
As he let it go, he apologized to Rivaldo Munsami. He had the cannon loaded, but not the map. Direction a bit off.
Attempted slog sweep again from well outside off stump.
But again, that slog sweep was almost to go behind square.
That, it should just be one. Good work by the fielder coming in from the boundary. One more run behind square on the offside to end the 15th over. 92 for 5. And that's the end of my stint. Pendulo Magubani will be joining Gert Maloney presently.
It's going down pretty quickly here. Unsurprisingly, it was going to go one of either two ways. A massive partnership that is going at over 6 runs to the over, or loads of wickets still going at 6 runs to the over.
Dwandwa searching for one more pence. Then he's got his tenfer.
Would be well deserved for Dwandwa. It's not just a measure of skill, it's a measure of tenacity, a measure of endurance, which is what the first class game is about, because it becomes beyond just physical endurance. It becomes mental endurance as well, to consistently do the same thing over and over again for hours and hours through the day.
Yeah, it's taken a 10-wicket haul before. Where's bowling figures in a match? 11 for 83. That first innings also picking up 7.
He has the potential to better his best bowling figures. Very good running between Keane and Fawkes. Like you said, something that's not surprising between these two. But with 5 wickets in hand, Dwandwa has the opportunity to go to 12 or even 13 wickets here if he's able to claim 3 or 4 more. And unless New Zealand declare, shouldn't be a wonder if that happens. Big heave by Zach Fawkes. It's going to be stopped by Marcus Ackerman.
Yeah, big heave. He wanted to clear not only the fence, but also the bleachers. Having a real proper go at that one. Don't think Dwandwa would mind that too much. Going to go at me, go hard.
He's moved to the Titans, earning him a bit more game time, Dwandwa. Now he's being taken over the top by Simon Keane. It's a good-looking stroke from the New Zealander. And it takes New Zealand A over 100 runs.
Yeah, fantastic foot movement. Nice and late. You can see him setting up and then going. And a full flow of the bat and a full flourish. There's again work to be done by that gentleman on the fence there. Look like it's Zubir Hamza down there. He had to do a bit of climbing.
The ball has been climbing over that embankment throughout the course of the day. Throughout the course of all 3 days, really. Simon Keane advancing down the track. The castle corner. Normally brimming with life, filled with people. Life of the party is the castle corner. This time, the ball being dispatched within it.
Bit of a dead spot there at the moment.
Imagine. But the season is about to start, Gert. 25th of September. 4-day series gets us going. Defending champions, Lions and Titans, who shared it last season. Bowler and wicketkeeper playing for the defending champions, or defending sharing champions, the Titans.
Coming back for the second again. Fantastic running by these two. They know each other so well. Yeah, starting off with the Yuxkay Derby. That's going to be another interesting one. Always fun when that happens. Get bragging rights under the belt, nice and early.
Big game. Massive game. It's always one that cheers people on.
Everyone a bit tired here in Potchefstroom. Engelbrecht 3 for 39 in his 7. Started off well, but then got taken to the cleaners a little bit.
He started off really, really well, didn't he? Now it's New Zealand. It's the partnership they haven't been able to deal with South Africa. And you see now it's a thing of where they are defending their boundaries. It's limitless. There's no limitations to what field you can set except for 2 fielders behind square leg. Bang! Who needs the field when you are Skalk Engelbrecht and you bowl well? Right through between the defenses of Zach Volks, who was looking to attack, and it's 108 for 6.
It's got to be that crosswind that just felt like this one was drifting into him a little bit more than he expected. Want to give himself room, and you can just see that ball just kept on going with the arm. A little bit quicker through the air as well by Engelbrecht, so very well bowled. He picks up a 4 He's 4 for 41.
New Zealand have been happy going onto the back foot, playing the spin of both Ndwandwe and Engelbrecht, and they'll go onto the front foot to hit the ball over and really charge onto the attack. That time, Zach Volks was going to go back onto his back foot to try and access that space, but like you said, it's just a little bit quicker through the air from Skalk Engelbrecht, and because with that right arm spin, which spins the ball back to the right-hander, it gets through in between the gap. Some will say that going onto the front foot, he would have fully covered the line of that ball. But just given the style of cricket that they've played here in New Zealand, he falls by the sword. That feeds them.
Yeah, they kind of just want to push it into that offside again where they've been picking up 2s the entire time. And finally, South Africa looks like they got an answer to the Volks-Skeen conundrum.
And even though that situation, that partnership of Keen and Volks was happening in the 50-over competition, or in the 50-over series, the cricket that they are playing here in New Zealand is off a white ball standard. That's why South Africa was so defensive. They were not holding back New Zealand, and they still aren't, going at over 6.5 runs to the over. Adi Ashok comes in at number 8. None of the bowlers were able to bat in the first innings, so it's a chance for them to try and swing their levers.
Yeah, and all bowlers believe they should be in the top order. I've never met a fast bowler that said, please put me at 11.
Same coin, have you never met a part-time medium top order bowler saying that I'm a medium pacer? They all bowl 150.
Yeah, they all do. They're all quicker than they feel, and they all turn the ball around the corners.
They faced Shane Warne. They think they can't be Shane Warne. What's so hard about it? You're just rolling your wrist over the ball, Gert.
True. But rolling it in the right direction is normally where the problem comes in, Benz. It's like hunting. You can have the best rifle in your hand, but if you can't shoot straight, it doesn't help you a lot.
Let alone all the other stages that come before releasing the ball. Adi Ashok, he was a perfect exponent of that. The leg spinner took 3 wickets, and some of them were absolute doozies. Wonderful setups, getting his men, and he is now sight to see for Skalk Engelbrecht, who again gets another 4 wickets in the longer format of the game. Here he goes. It will be his first 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket, Skalk Engelbrecht. Rivaldo Munsami with a great take! Rivaldo Munsami with an absolutely phenomenal take. The recognition of where his stumps were. Adi Ashok coming back for run number 2. He doesn't see ball number 2. He's ran out. And it's 108 for 7.
What work was this by both the fielder getting the quick release and then the quick hands and quick thinking of Rivaldo Munsami. They've been pushing the envelope quite hard with the second run. And Adi Ashok just could not complete it. Look at it. Get up and throw. Fantastic stuff. And the finger was up immediately.
Another thing that set Eddie Ashok back, you'll see as he slides the bat, it pushes sideways to his left. It doesn't go straight down the line. It's margins like that that make the difference. And he was running hard, running real hard. It's just a technique problem that might have faltered with him. And umpire Harris didn't take much time to make the decision. Excellent reflexes from Marcus Ackerman to chase that down. How quickly did he slide? And he was already up the accuracy of his throw. And now he's marshalling his men. 7 wickets down. Adi Ashok has been run out.
So theoretically, 2 balls, 2 wickets for the team. Look like Lennox has joined Keen.
Gert, it's one thing if New Zealand decided to declare and it was, say, 180 for 1 after 25 overs. It's one thing. The psychology is different going into the final innings, South Africa batting. However, on the flip side, if they are able to bowl them out and take 10 wickets, then it is them who forced their hand and chose to go and bat again. And if they're able to do that by today, going out to bat will feel much more sweeter and it will feel much more confident.
I hear what you're saying, but New Zealand was under no real pressure, were they? 370 odd ahead. So every run here was just piling on. So I think a little bit of momentum will just go with the SAA team into that change room, saying that, hold on, we had a tough day on day one, and we had a better finish to day 2, and then we started off horribly with our batting, and then we kind of fought back a little bit. So let us now go do on this deck what needs to be done. So yes, momentum will definitely swing into your favor, but I don't think any result will swing into anyone's favor unless New Zealand picks up 10 wickets.
And the thing is, the more runs they pile on, the more reason for South Africa when they come into bat to just bat time. Once that lead goes over 500, you're just going out there to bat time. And since they won't be looking to attack, it will be a lot of bowling for New Zealand if they aren't able to make initial breakthroughs early in the innings. But the reason why I toy with the idea of that lead doesn't go over 500, it's the A side. Isn't that the discussion that we were having? Give the opportunity and try some things out. Say, boys, let's go out in the attack. It's just the issue now. If you're looking at how New Zealand went out into the attack, it doesn't work too well. 110 for 7. Even though there's no pressure, the scoreboard still writes what it writes.
Yeah, also a couple of more chances taken than I think there was in the first innings. If you look at the comparisons between the two innings, to bat with freedom, sometimes you, as you mentioned, use the sword to feed you, and then you kind of fall on it as well.
But you wonder how long they're going to keep this going. South Africa, not even looking to take wickets anymore. They are on the super defense. No one is inside the inner ring. It's only Gali who stays on the inner ring, and now he's moving to mid-wicket.
I think it's one of those things where they realize that, look, they're going to bat the way they bat, so let's just protect the boundaries a little bit. So if they want the runs, they've got to run at number 1, and then also the amount of time it takes to get the ball back will bring them closer to that declaration. Because I don't think runs is going to be the issue that they will declare on. I think it will be time. Probably looking to put them in about a half an hour before tea.
It's 5 minutes before 3 o'clock right now here in local time. So that's 30 minutes before tea, actually. And so maybe, apart from a wicket falling right now, maybe batting till tea is the idea, just to suck more soul out of the surface so it makes it harder to bat. Suck more soul out of the South African fielders, just tire them up just a little bit longer. It's 113 for 7. The lead is growing ever so more.
It worked for them first time around, didn't it? Bat till tea and then put them in after tea. Picked up 3 wickets in that last session. They might feel that they'll be able to do it again.
And your bowling attack is fired up. Matt Fisher can get 10 wickets in the match. Keane and Clarkson went wicketless. One might want to change that. Ashok had seen Ndwandwe and Skalk Engelbrecht open with a new ball. Engelbrecht with 4, Ndwandwe with 2. So there's options for New Zealand. There's hunger in the New Zealand bowling lineup as well. The skill, too, given with how they bowled in that first innings versus the South Africans. But if you are to win a toss, this is what you want to do with it. And it's always so pleasant when it comes together swimmingly over the course of 4 days, where all the conditions play exactly to the phase of the game that you find yourself in. Big shot. Tristan Lees. He has a big ask, a massive ask. Too big of a question to ask of Tristan Lees, the big fast bowler. He couldn't even cover the ground of where the ball pitched. Skalk Engelbrecht almost getting his fifer. Hard chance for Tristan Lees.
That would have been an absolute belter, wouldn't it? What a fantastic catch. That would have been.
Shades of Corne Portha in the under-19 tour. Big fast bowler running in and diving and taking a blind of a catch. Alas, not the case here. But the intent is clear from the New Zealanders. Skalk Engelbrecht. He was being attacked. Looking to be attacked now. Almost giving away his wicket. Rivaldo Munsami can be sharp to those, but it just pops over his head.
Yeah, it almost looks like Lennox will just knock it about and then Keane will try and take it on. Bit of innovative cricket.
It's always so valuable if the team finds a reliable all-rounder. New Zealand looking at Zach Folks and Simon Keane as top impact players in this tour in its totality. Zach Folks showing that he can make it work with the ball here today after doing it with the bat. 117 for 7 after 19 overs.
Yeah, Jaden Lennox not really known for his batting back home. Although Staker only averaging about 11. But he's a decent left-hander. He can hold up one end just to allow Keane to really play and hit a couple of biggies. This might be the wicket that as soon as Keane falls, they might just declare. Nothing really left after that.
It's all just keeping South Africa out there. Jordan Herman, Lesego Senokwane, they'll be hoping to do better than what they did in the first innings and protect the rest of their batting order for the rest of the day. It's a big ask for your opening batters. But something's got to give for South Africa when they come in to bat. You can lose or you can be defeated, but it's the style in which you get defeated in that counts the most. If you really lost day one, what was your fighting spirits by the time day 4 arrives? And in that manner, you can even salvage a draw.
Nice little hockey shot there. Just guiding it to wing. Picked up by the man you mentioned, Lesego Senokwane.
It's unfortunate. It seems like his great run of form just dwindled a little bit before the start of this tour. He did score a century in the warm-up game. He was partnered by Jordan Herman, who scored 74. He's going to come back for 2. As said, Jordan Herman returns the ball from the deep. And so you want those performances to showcase again. There'll be a lot of weight on their shoulders. You're walking into bats, you have a day and a couple of overs in the session to make the runs. And if it's not even making the runs, surviving the bowling of New Zealand. So they need to get their head into the right spaces here, knowing that they can come in and bat at any time. And when they do bat, they must do better than what they did in the first innings.
And also, you got to feel that there's a bit of a spot opening up with that in the Protea side. With the... oh, lovely shot. Just a little lap around the corner. Easy 2. Marcus Ackerman just cleaning up. As I was saying, a bit of a inconsistency with the opening pair at the moment of the Protea. So good performance. Can always see you getting called up.
And it was Ken who raised a point yesterday that even from a New Zealand perspective, Tom Latham has been very respectable at the top of the order for New Zealand. But they too need a solid partnership. And it's a big dive coming from Jaden Lennox. A good throw from Jordan Herman. He's hit the stumps a couple of times over the course of the 2 days they've been on the field. Risky arm to take on, but he makes it home.
Yeah, Lennox a nice tall guy. So that was about a 4-meter dive.
So even from a New Zealand perspective, there are opportunities for some of these gentlemen to make it into the team and usher the new breed of batters and players who will be taking on from the likes of your Trent Bolts, from your likes of your Kane Williamson, when it comes to a close, that dynasty of New Zealand cricket, which won them the World Test Championship. Then the pursuit to make it a long-lasting legacy with these 8 tours, as the teams go out to have tea. It's 126 for 7. We'll just get clarity for you, whether it's the declaration or whether it is tea.
Looks like it's the declaration. They decided they had enough. They want to have about a 20-minute burst at the SA Agents. they can pick up one before T, that'll be phenomenal because T is scheduled to only be 25 to 4. I beg your pardon, 5 past 4.
2 hours 30, middle session.
Middle session has been extended, so we still have an hour to go in the session, hence the little bit of confusion. Apologies for that. It will be a declaration for New Zealand. We still have 1 hour to go until tea, and so they will come in to have a bowl here. They're out with their warm-ups, and they gave a little bit of a fight at South Africa to stay out there for an extra 20 overs. Not something that the opening batters would have wanted to do. And so they are behind by a mountainous amount of runs. New Zealand went out there. They added 126 runs. The loss of 7 matters not. And Skark Engelbrecht was able to come back and get 4 wickets. It's going to be a hard toll here for South Africa. It's going to be a story of survival. Will they be able to do it? We are going to come back after the change of innings to see how South Africa will take on this chase. They'll have a big target, but their biggest target is making it through and surviving. We'll be back. It's Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel alongside Pitch Vision.
Welcome back to JB Marks Park in Potchefstroom as South Africa A's second innings begins with Zach Fulks getting his wicketkeeper, Mitchell Hay, to do a bit of stretching behind the stumps there. He's shown that he's up to just about anything, Mitchell Hay, with the gloves on. So the story of the match is South Africa A need 498 to win, but we'll give the more realistic situation after this ball. And the first runs of the innings are Senokwane steers that nicely behind square on the offside for a couple. More realistically, South Africa will have to bat for up to 130 overs to save the game. 40 overs scheduled to be bowled today. The weather's actually not looking too bad. Probably more blue sky than we've seen before today. And 90 overs a day, so 90 overs tomorrow to survive. I'm Ken Borland, and alongside me, a great pleasure to welcome Pendulo Magubane. MP, thoughts on this final innings of the match, outlook, predictions?
It's a time for the South African batters to just apply themselves and bat and bat and bat. Shouldn't be much urgency in their game. It should be a total show of their skill that they can preserve their wickets, and when they are given the opportunity to score, that they are going to score. Especially the man on picture, Lesego Senokwane, would love to showcase his runs. Jordan Herman and Marcus Ackerman, the top of the order alongside him, have showcased that they've got it. Zubair Hamza had an unfortunate golden duck previous innings. So the top four will want to really dig in and take the chances to score these runs. Even Jordan Herman, the way he lost his wicket earlier on was unfortunate. It was a little bit dark. It was a couple of balls before the umpires called the game off because of bad light. He claimed he didn't see it at all. It was a nasty ball, however, from Matt Fisher. So he felt like there was a big score somewhere in the cards, especially after he scored back-to-back hundreds. Felt like there might be another one. So he also wants to work hard and get that. So it's all about application here for South Africa and maximizing the time that they have. And if they score quickly enough and well enough, you'll never know what could happen tomorrow. But let's see how they are able to survive in this final session.
New Zealand, they basically decided to play a T20 innings in the middle of this match. Batted for exactly 20 overs before declaring on 126 for 7. It was a much improved day for Skalk Engelbrecht, the young off-spinner, who took 4 for 47. And the leading run scorers for New Zealand A were Curtis Heafy with 36 and Simon Keane, 23 not out, as the first over comes to an end, 3 without loss.
Used to be the home ground of Lesego Senokwane, this. The JB Marks Oval, when he represented the Northwest Dragons 2 seasons ago. It was against the Northwest Dragons where he scored his best score of last season, a wonderful 205. 205 of a team score of 350, so he was so important in securing that draw for the Knights. And with the Knights getting relegated now, can't let a player of that quality go to a lower division. So his move to other title contenders now across at the Titans in Supersport Park Centurion.
Matt Fisher, the destroyer of the first innings with that 6 for 43. Did most of the damage from the university end. He's switched now to the JB Marks end. Lesego Senokwane, we know that he has the ability to bat for long periods. I think this situation is quite well suited to him.
His judgment of shots when he's in full flow is really good. Plays with soft hands and is a very compact and tidy player. Lesego Senokwane. You do give him width like any other batter in the world. If you give them width, you will see them free their hands. But he plays within himself as much as he possibly can. Has found himself wanting with a ball that comes back in to the right-hander. LBW bowled, and sometimes the questions outside that off stump.
Oh no, he's popped it up straight to short cover. That's very disappointing. Just playing a bit early. And although this is still a good batting pitch, I think there are just those vagaries now coming into play of changes of pace. Just some balls sticking a bit. But that just seemed very soft. Senokwane gone for 3.
Pops it up to short extra cover. He went at it. Feels like the ball was not there for him to get because he never reached it. Just never transferred the weight of his body to the pitch of the ball. He just threw his hands at it. The length was definitely there. The drive, it was a drivable ball. It wasn't executed to the highest technical efficiency. So playing away from his body, never fully control of the shot. It's going to pop up, and it's been caught, bringing in Zubair Hamza at number 3.
I agree with you, Pendula. I think he just stood there and kind of threw the bat at it. No weight transfer, just watch this. He's almost leaning back, in fact. Just out of sync. What a great pity. Zubair Hamza comes to the wicket, facing the man who got him out first ball in the first innings. Ball that kept low.
Jordan Herman at the other side of the crease is the leading run scorer since the restructure of the CSA 4-day series back in 2022. Zubair Hamza lies second on that list. He's collected a mountain amount of runs.
Some anxious moments against his first ball again. He survives though.
He's out of the golden pair, the king pair. Still needs to get himself a run, get himself into ease. He's a really wonderful stroke maker, Zubair Hamza, a quintessential number 3. Had a short stint with the South African team, but over the last couple of years since he's moved to the Lions, he's also matured. His last knock for Western Province was a wonderful 129 versus the Lions. I was there watching it. That's why I remember. And then moved to the Lions, and he's just been piling on the runs ever since.
Yeah, his last knock at first class level was in the 4-day final. Brilliant century at the Wanderers for the Lions against the Titans. Oh no, that one's also popped up, but just short. Wonder bounce to mid-on. Matt Fisher causing problems again, as his first over is a maiden wicket. 3 for 1.
Just shaking off the jitters there, Zubair Hamza. Way too early on the shots. He would have been absolutely livid with himself if that was how he lost it. But he's still out there. I'm sure it will be much more easier once he gets those runs on the board. And Matt Fisher is a bit of a scary proposition right now for the South Africans, having really decimated them through that first innings. And that first innings wasn't long ago. It was less than 20 overs ago. So that memory is still very living sharp through South Africa.
Fuchs into Herman. Oh, he did this at the start of his innings. In the first innings, Herman goes very hard at the ball early on, and it doesn't always come off. And as you saw, that one just mistimed into the popping crease.
With the width that folks dangled in front of him, there's a nice healthy gap between backward point and extra cover.
Yeah, to me that delivery wasn't a cut ball. It was more a leave ball, to be honest. But if you have to play it, more of a back foot punch with a straighter bat.
Guess it's also a case of just finding the speed and pace of the surface for the batters right now. Because it's no longer the same surface that they played in yesterday. It certainly has changed. The weather has been playing around. There's been gusts of wind throughout the whole day, and you can visibly see those dark patches getting darker and darker and darker as it dries up even further. And it's evidenced by a quite slowish nature from the start of this innings.
Nice, he pulled away. That's a great shot by Jordan Herman. Didn't try and overhit that one. Just pounced on it, back of a length. Beautifully put away.
Was there to be hit. Zach Fawkes dropping it shorter than what it wanted to be. Given by how well Jordan Herman has been batting, he's not going to let those ones go. Past cow corner. These balls have been traveling to over that bank. This time it's easily retrieved.
You know, it wasn't that short, MP. It's a very good shot, that. But Jordan Herman, that'll give him some confidence as umpire Kuma will just check the ball. Gives it to Fuchs to continue.
Want to maximize that new ball here, New Zealand, eh?
You spoke about conditions changing. One of the things, variable bounce and pace coming into play a bit more now. And I'm sure there'll be a little bit more turn as well as we here on the third afternoon. But still, a pretty good deck for batting. I think if you get in here, you can actually score some decent runs. Quick outfield. Nicely bowled by Fuchs.
It's also a matter of not losing your head. When you're going big and you're scoring hard, doesn't mean that you must go big and score hard on every single ball that you receive. So when New Zealand lost a couple of wickets, I know it's not a thing of they were trying to bat time and all of this. It was no pressure, but you still lost a couple of wickets because you were trying to go hard and go big. So that's a lesson that South Africa must take there. Because the last thing you want, Ken, is that you are in a position like this where you are so far behind the game where you have to chase down the score. And then in your defenses, you just allow the bowling team to bowl at you however they want. And then you go into a little bit of a bubble in a box. So it's a good start here for Herman. 7 for 1.
I think New Zealand A's approach with the bat on the first day was spot on. Rhys Murray and Dale Phillips. When the bowling was loose, they were aggressive. They made sure they were ruthless and clinical and really put the bad balls away. When the bowling was good, they were willing to give it its due and ride the ebbs and flows. And South Africa A need to do that as well. Sure, they've got to try and bat to save the game, but you don't want to get into a negative mindset. You don't want to go into your shell too much. Balls that are there that can be scored off must be scored off. But tight defence, paramount as well. Jordan Herman got his bat back down in time. Not sure if Fisher got a hand to it, but he might have. Zubair Hamza always very elegant on the drive. Lovely driver of the ball, and that was a nice stroke for him. He'll be a bit disappointed. He didn't get off his pair.
It's just getting off that mark. And he'll be good. Especially facing the bowler who got him out in that first innings and who seems to be hunting for that LBW again, Matt Fisher, with the ball coming in and is so full in his lengths.
Yeah, that one jagging back into Hamza, and that's how he got him LBW in the first innings. But in the first innings, the ball came through shin high. He didn't have much hope of keeping it out. That one bounced normally, and Hamza kept it out. 2 slips on the gully. Gully's pretty close to the bat, which tells you that this pitch is still fairly slow.
He's really on the hunt here, Matt Fisher. The rhythm that he's bowling in is the best that we've seen so far in the 4 innings that he's bowled, or in the 3 innings that he's bowled. It was just so good in that first one. The ball landing exactly where he wanted, the ball talking to him and talking with him. Because the issue in the 50 overs was that, yes, did take wickets, 4 wickets in that first game, but it was 4 wickets that South Africa could have avoided in giving him. But today, the way he bowled for those 6 wickets, it was him and his bowling that really caused the issues. And he continues with that consistency and that economy and that annoyance to the South African batters.
Matt Fisher is still relatively fresh in his first-class career. This is his 17th match. Got a couple of 5-wicket hauls, well, his 3rd one today. And he's never taken 10 in a match, so just needs 4 wickets in the second innings to achieve that. Good bouncer following Hamza, but he got underneath it well to end the over. 7 for 1. Tepo and Ndwandwe picked up a couple of wickets in the New Zealand A second innings, which took him to 9 in the match, just falling short of that 10-wicket landmark. It would have been the second time in first-class cricket that the left-arm spinner had got 10.
Great individual performances. They'll be hoping there'll be one that will come with the bat to mimic the wonders of Rhys Mariu, or to the very least those of Dale Phillips, the 2 Centurions of New Zealand A.
Pulled away by Herman. He's going to get another boundary on the leg side.
If there's anyone who looks like they are going to be that thorn for New Zealand A, it is certainly this man, Jordan Herman. With the pace that Zach Fawkes bowls at, he was trying to dig that one deep. It's not the same bite as a Matt Fisher. It already took him on, pulling him in front of square the previous over. Pulls him behind square this time.
Missed out on that one, down leg. Jordan Herman batted, or stayed at the crease the longest out of all the South Africa batters in the first innings, 141 minutes. As you say, Pendulo, he was looking good. He then got surprised by a short delivery from Fisher that he just didn't pick up. Good judgment just to leave that one. A bit of a tempter from Zach Fawkes.
I think that's where he wants to be more often, Zach, folks. If he goes down to the leg side, the chances of getting Jordan Herman there are very slight. You are more likely to get more hit than you are to get an appeal or give him a threat. But outside that off stump as a fast bowler, you have more control on what the batter can do. And if you bowl it like that, Ken, you start removing some of that power from the batter, because there you give him no length, you give him no width to hit the ball, and you give him no length to decide whether I'm going to go backwards and punch it or go forward and really put my weight through it.
Yeah, the leave is probably the wisest shot to that line and length at the moment. Still early days in the innings. We're just in the 5th over. Herman facing his 12th delivery now. Getting a little bit of shape, Zach Fuchs. A bit of wobble away from the left-hander there.
That's what bowling just a little bit fuller and in the channel of those stumps allows. We keep talking about bowling on the 4th stump, you bowling on the off stump. That's where the batter needs to judge whether or not that ball will be hitting their stumps. And if they're judging the line of the off stump, inwards of the off stump, it hits the stumps. Outside the line of the off stump, it's not hitting the stumps. So you can decide, if it's outside the line of that off stump, I can let it go because it offers no threats, which is what he did a couple of deliveries ago. Folks has gotten a bit straighter, really targeting that off stump, the line of the stumps. That time just being wider, so Herman can just allow it to let go. But if he comes closer, he has to play the ball, and that's why it's so important for Folks to stay on the off stump and keep on being persistent. He bowls well, goes for only 1 run in that over. It's 11 for 1 after 5.
And we're going to have a commentary change with Gert Maloney joining myself. Matt Fisher, 2 overs for just 1 run. Starts his 3rd to Hamza. Yet to get off his pair, Zubair Hamza. Hello, Gert.
Yeah, Bendula wasn't taking any wickets, so I thought, let me take his chair.
How patriotic of you, Gert.
Yeah, Zubair Hamza still on his double. Oh, he would love to get 1. Even if it's through the slip cordon, he wouldn't mind. Get off that dreaded double.
Fisher's bowled really well to him there. He's aborted a couple of times, Matt Fisher. I wonder if it's the wind. He's kind of running into the wind, diagonally across the field, blowing over his left shoulder. Put away in style. That's a great way to get off the mark and to get off a pair. Zubair Hamza whipping off his pads for 4.
I must admit that I'm a bit thrown that the man that was a major destroyer is now bowling into the wind. He changed ends. Folks bowled well, but he wasn't as effective as Fisher. I would actually have him bowl with the wind. But yeah, lovely shot. Zubair Hamza off the mark. That will give him a bit of confidence.
And now a beautiful drive through extra cover. I think it's going to be timed well enough to get to the boundary just. Yeah. Back-to-back boundaries for Zubair Hamza.
A bit of a teaser. All of a sudden he just, after 1 boundary, just gets another. He really is a good batter, so they don't really want to get him going.
It seems, Kat, that New Zealand are following the maxim of variety is the spice of life, change is as good as a holiday today. Better length from Fisher and direction. Just to in that they're giving their players different experiences. Sure, Matt Fisher, you were our best bowler in the first innings, took 6 for. But how about bowling into the wind? Let's see how you handle that.
Might be one or two places in New Zealand where they feel the wind might be a factor in their first class. Who knows?
Try everywhere. It's a pretty windy place, New Zealand.
Well, that then being said, don't think that anyone will have a problem bowling into the wind if you're a New Zealand bowler.
Wellington is a very windy place. On the bottom of the North Island, was at the top of the South Island, I think. Well, one of those two, Cook Strait, between the two. Wind howls around there. Wellington, one of those places where you really do get 4 seasons in one day. Second bounce in a row. Lovely place though, Wellington. I'm very, very fond of it. Just in case anyone thinks I'm bad-mouthing the New Zealand Capitals. Certainly not. End of the 6th over, 19 for 1.
Well, it's similar to our Cape Town. Everyone loves it, but you got to be nailed down if that wind picks up. Zach Falk's going to continue around the wicket to Jordan Herman.
So we make it just 18 minutes to the tea break. South Africa have lost Senokwani already. They'll be very, very keen not to lose another before the tea break.
We might even see a bit of spin introduced before that tea break as well. The likes of Lennox and Ashok.
Deep backward point in place.
Lost his shape there in that shot a little bit, that Jordan Herman.
He's pulled the ball really nicely already in this innings, but even in the first innings, the cut shot, going for balls a little bit too close to him, going a bit too hard at it, trying to hit it too hard. Hasn't been his most profitable shot, the cut.
He's such an exquisite timer of the ball. He doesn't really need to force the subject.
Leg stump, half volley. Herman misses out again.
And the way that the leg stump half volleys have been worked around the corner, it's almost like New Zealand was appealing because they're riding their luck. They got 2 strangled down in the first innings as well. Two slips a gully. Very short cover. This one is pulled away. And all the fielder can do is go and fetch it. Lovely shot by Jordan Herman. Played in front of square.
Again, clinical on the pull shot, Herman. This is worth another look. Beautifully put away. How short was this? Yeah, a little bit short. He played one earlier that was a lot fuller than that. But that one asking to be hit from Zach Fulks.
Interesting to see if he'll go very full now, or maybe just adjust that length ever so slightly, maybe just a meter or so. Or pull it back a meter or so. She went for the bumper there. They do have protection on the fence. Man at deep square and then also at long leg. And then deep point is the men on the boundary. As you see just off your picture, Lennox just rolling the arm, just warming up a little bit.
It was a nice straight bouncer from Zach Fulks, but this pitch is quite slow, so it's a difficult pitch in which to really execute a short ball attacking plan.
Can't really find the gap, but it's just to the right of the man at mid-off. Just the one. That's all they got to do at the moment, I feel. SAA is the boundaries will come. This outfield is still lightning quick. Just keep milking it. Keep working the ones and the twos. Just accumulate as many as you can in this partnership going into T.
The fielder sprawling at mid-on there, or mid-off rather, was Ben Lister, who is the 12th man, which answers a bit of a question I'd been wondering. Reece Murray, not on the field, did not bat either in the second innings. Zubair Hamza is a very wristy player, and we saw that come into effect there, but he picked out square leg. Reece Murray, I presume he must have some sort of niggle there, not fielding now, and didn't bat in the second innings, although having batted for nearly 7 hours in the first innings, he probably doesn't really need any more batting right now.
They might just feel a bit under the weather. 7 overs gone, 24 for the loss of 1. And as I mentioned, just turning to spin. Looks like Lennox is going to roll the arm against the wind. So we'll give Herman and Hamza an opportunity to hit with it.
Clearly you're on the same wavelength, Kat, as NZA captain, Joe Carter.
Yeah, I think my hearing aid is on their wavelength of their 2 ways, maybe.
Slip in place for the left-handed Herman. And the Minard is on the square. More of a straightish mid-wicket, isn't it?
Yeah, very straight mid-wicket. You can see the man halfway down at long on as well. Is very close to his right shoulder. After he's walked in, it almost looks like they are right behind one another. So a bit of an interesting field for the left armer, leaving cow corner wide open.
Of course, the left arm spinner will be turning it into the pads of the left-hander, so he might be looking leg side.
Oh, there are a lot of oohs and ahs. This one just sneaking through. How close was that? Hayes' glove work has been so good. But Phillips right next to him at slip. The reverse sweep, and Phillips does extremely well to cut off. That was 4 written all over it.
Brilliant fielding by Dale Phillips at slip. Gets a fist bump from his keeper, Hay, well deserved. Lennox has brought a really good line to the left-hander in this over, bowling over the wicket.
Finally, just the one of the over. Really struggled to get Lennox away in that over. As Adaman just pinches a bit of strike. 14 from 24, 8 from 16. This partnership is 22 and 25 for the loss of 1. And it's Sinukwane that's back in the dugout. His game is done.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed. 3 today and 3 in the first innings in really good batting conditions. And a ground he knows well, having played here at Northwest. So he'll be disappointed missing out twice.
Folks just continuing with the wind. going over the wicket to the left-hander. Still got one slip in place. Has now just moved to about 1.5. Then he'll also got that very short gully. Deep point's got a lot of work to do. This is to the covers, but he gets there pretty sharply.
Another substitute fielder on for New Zealand, Mohamed Abbas. Down there on the point boundary.
We might see him down in Benoni in the next unofficial test between these two.
Yeah, I'm sure both sides will make a few changes. Especially South Africa A. They've been well behind in this game right from the first morning.
This one is played on the onside. Fantastic fielding. Great backup as well. Man that threw it was Josh Clark. He's got a great arm. Great fielding there in the deep. Cutting it down to 2. So a decent start to this Zach Volks over. 4 from 2 deliveries. And that's the one thing we spoke about. You don't just want to stand there and defend all the way through till tea tomorrow. That's kind of how you lose wickets. You still want to make the scoreboard tick. Have a positive mindset. Looking to score runs if it's on offer. Even if it's the 1s and 2s, make yourself get into a mindset of we are working. We're scoring runs. We're ticking over. We're working down this deficit.
469 more needed to win for South Africa A, but 32 overs left today after this one, and then another 90 possible tomorrow. That's the main target.
Yeah, run rate I don't think is an issue. You can get that doing it 3-4 to the over, but 120 overs, 400 to win. It's about 3.8, if I'm not mistaken.
More than 400, 469 more needed.
I just like making Ken stand up and reach for the calculator. This one played nicely behind square to that deep point. Abbas.
He's hoping to expose my dodgy maths. That's what it is. It's another conspiracy.
One more delivery to go in Zach Volks' 5th over. 0 for 21. And one more to go in the 9th. Went for the short arm pull there. Just cannot get it away. Subir Hamza. Dot to finish out. It's 9 gone. 30 for the loss of 1 in the chase. The target is 498. And as Ken said, still 468 to win.
And as Gert Maloney said, if all the overs are bowled out available, that is 3.8 runs per over.
Not too bad. Not too bad. Lucky guess.
I sense a maths whiz to my left here in the commentary box.
I think it's one of those situations where you've been behind the 8 ball quite often, so you need to work out how you need to restrict other teams. Lennox continuing. Long on, just picking it up and just the single. As I said earlier, this is kind of what you want to see. Just the rotating the ones.
But in real terms, yeah, 3.8 and over does sound quite reasonable. But to do it for so long, for more than 120 overs, particularly when you only made 236 in your first innings, last day pitch.
This is absolutely thumped through the offside. Zubair Hamza rocking onto the back foot. It did stay a little bit low, but he adjusted nicely and he smacked it for 4.
Yeah, nicely played by Hamza. Just wasn't that short by Lennox, but with good footwork by Hamza, creating the room for the cut shot.
Oh, went for it again. So I'm just a little bit quicker through the air. Looks like he's timing it nice. He did ask the dressing room just to get him another bat. He's looking at the V in this one. Every now and again, just a bit of a shoulder crack. Something it's making a bit of a noise or just making you feel a bit loose in the hand. He's got to deal with one delivery, though, before he can get his other bat.
Hamza has been quickly onto the back foot to cut. Just needs to be mindful of the arm ball from Lennox there. I presume he has an arm ball. It's normally a big weapon of the left arm spinners. They normally don't mind too much if you try and cut them off a fuller length.
Yeah, he does have not really an arm ball, but it's one that just goes on with the angle. Almost swings into the right-hander, becomes around the wicket. So like you said, doesn't mind it at all if it gets cut. 10 overs gone, 37 for loss of 1, and a change of bat means change of fortune.
Oh, Hamza's been going quite well though. 13 not out. Depending on who bowls this over, it'll probably be the last over before tea. And it's going to be Dale Phillips. Bit of a part-timer. So the tradition of a single over for someone before tea, just to mix things up a bit. Bit of part-time spin from Dale Phillips.
It doesn't matter what happens. He'll go into tea and say, Skippy, give me another over. I was turning it. It was like a merry-go-round out there. Yeah, this will be very important over. They don't want to lose a wicket to the part-timer, number 1. Number 2, you don't want to lose a wicket now before tea. You've done the hard work. You've done the hard yards. Now you just need to get into tea.
Just a fielding swap. Ben Lister, the 12th man, is swapping with Matt Fisher. Fisher to mid-on and Lister goes down to deep square leg. Not quite on the boundary. He's about 10 metres in from the fence.
Little shimmy down the track and fantastic fielding. It's Lennox. the big left arm offie. Gets down low and he saves a certain boundary.
Good work by Lennox. It was nicely timed by Hamza.
Oh, finding the outside part of the bat, shall I say inside part of the bat rather, of Jordan Herman. Getting the one more delivery to go in the 11th. Scores 40 for the loss of 1. Again, picking out Lennox. And Ken, you were right. This is the last over, was the last over before tea. Fantastic work done by SAA. Under all sorts of pressure. Losing Senokwane. Only the 1 wicket in this 11 overs. Still 9 wickets in hand. Trailing by a mammoth 360 odd. Still a lot of work to do for this SAA batters. I beg your pardon, 460 odd. Target is 498. So it's further. A lot of work to do for these SA batters. It's tea time here at JB Marks in Potchefstroom in this first unofficial test match between SAA and New Zealand A. And fair to say, Ken Borland, New Zealand firmly on top.
Absolutely. Early wicket of Leseko Senokwane out for 3 and pretty soft fashion. Just chipped Matt Fisher straight to cover. But since then, Jordan Herman and Zubair Hamza have done well. They've been positive and just making sure that no more inroads made by New Zealand, which is very, very important. And one feels, though, that Herman and Hamza will definitely need to bat, if not the entire final session, the majority of it, if South Africa A are going to save this game.
So join us in about 20 minutes' time. We're going to have a tea break. Go get yourself something hot to drink. It is a nice cool day here in Potchefstroom. The sun is out, luckily. So join us again in about 20 minutes' time right here on the CSA app with Pitch Vision at JB Marks Oval, Potchefstroom for SAA versus New Zealand A. Welcome back to the JB Marks Oval. It is this last session of this third day, just after tea. You can hear the crackling in my voice, still trying to swallow down the bit of tea that we had. Having a bit of a break. The man who had a nice chillaxing time over the last couple of minutes, joining me in commentary, Pendulo Makobane. What do you make of it? What would the approach be in this last session?
Don't lose wickets. That's the only answer, Gert. Don't lose wickets. Whatever runs that come, you take them. But Zubair Hamza and Jordan Herman will want to be there when the umpires call stump and when they call play tomorrow morning.
As Lennox continues after tea, he's into Jordan Herman, who's here on 23 of 35.
This is where we're going to see how much the surface has changed. We saw Adi Ashok getting some good turns, Kak Angelprecht and Tsepondwandwa were also getting some assistance. Here's Jaden Lennox. What can he do? He's an incredibly consistent bowler. Adi Ashok, the leg spinner, very attacking. How are they going to work together here with the surface having slowed down and dried up?
Oh, big appeal moving across his stumps. That might have just struck him outside the line of off stump.
Always want to get your rhythm back after a break as a batter. Deliveries like those are not welcomed, but it was outside of the line of those stumps. An appeal from Lennox and New Zealand A will give them good voice to start off this session. Jordan Herman, though, knocks it all out of the window and he resets.
Just see Carter and Lennox having a bit of a chat there. The old two-finger call-up. Come. Anyone who's played cricket before knows exactly what that means. Interesting field for Jordan Herman. Not just a slip in place. Oh, this one is stumped on the onside. They've got a very short, straightish mid-wicket and then a very short, normal mid-wicket for Jordan Herman. Now the right hand on strike. That man just moves to a short third and deep point stays on the fence.
It would make sense to have a strong leg side field with Jaden Lennox spinning the ball into Jordan Herman, the left-hander. It spins away from Zubair Hamza, the right-hander, and so he'd have a stronger offside field. Slip is there, short extra cover, like you said, who was the short mid-wicket for Jordan Herman. And these two are going to be very important for South Africa. Jordan Herman, in the 3 years of the restructure of the 4-day series, he averages 48 runs, having scored the most out of any player in the country. It's 41 for 1 after 12. He's out there with Zubair Hamza, who scored the second most amount of runs in the same time frame. He did that at an average of 56. So it's handy bats here between Zubair Hamza and Jordan Herman, the two leading run scorers. Just out of interest's sake, number 3 is Lesego Senokwane, who just lost his wicket first up in the previous session. So big powers between these two. now coming with big responsibility for South Africa A here.
Matt Fisher comes into the attack, the wicket taker of that man that you mentioned. He was the first victim in the second spell. And then also, it's one of those where I couldn't understand why he was bowling into the wind, and luckily they've changed him back to with the wind. Oh, immediately there's a something there. Harman following that right onto the bat.
The confidence in Matt Fisher. Look at how deep he follows his follow through. He goes almost 80% of the pitch, almost right in front of the batter. And that's what happens when you're in good rhythm and you feel the ball being released well. And moreover, you are getting reward for your work. You already have 7 wickets in the match. Just look at how well he's running in. There's not a single disturbance right up until the release of the ball.
He's going in nicely. Looks like he's got a nice rhythm going already. Only 2 deliveries into his first over after tea, but it does look like he's got great rhythm today.
He's running in so effortlessly. Just take a look at his whole synchronization. Just feels so together. It's so tight, it's so compact, it's not gathering from all over the world. It's right here close to the body. And therefore, he can generate all of that momentum through that body. And he's landing it on the absolute money, Matt Fisher.
Oh, this one is almost pulled away. They do have protection on the fence there with the deep square and then also long leg in place. This one was just cue-ended to that short mid-wicket that's in place for Harman.
So now we see the value of New Zealand batting those 20 overs. It's an hour and a half to 2 hours of extra rest for your bowlers. They were out there for a while throughout the day. And if there's a chance for you to give them a rest, you give them that rest. South Africa haven't had much rest. The batters haven't had much really. And so when they batted those 20 overs, losing all of those wickets, they declared just before the real bowlers were going to get in if they took more wickets. And so Matthew Fisher is extremely fresh. He's highly confident. And it's an impressively strong position for New Zealand A.
Punch through and just cannot pick it up cleanly. Did keep it down just to the one. Their groundwork has been really, really good from New Zealand overall. Over this third day, they've made life very difficult. Not easy to score the twos. That's 13 overs are gone. It's 42 for the loss of 1. In search of 498.
I'm excited to see the makeup of the bowling attack of New Zealand A going to the second match on Sunday in Willowmore Park, Benoni. They still have the services of Ben Lister, tall left arm seamer. Wonderful to watch as well, Ben Lister. So if he locks in, gets the game, gets the call, and alongside with Matt Fisher, I would love to see them bowling together because Ben Lister is the second of the quickest bowlers. Having that tall left armour coming in Lister, and then your sharp pacer in Matt Fisher, the right armour. it ought to be an exciting partnership if Daniel Flynn, the coach, decides to use it.
It all depends on who you'll replace it with. Zach Folks has done a decent job with bat and ball. Eddie Ashok has picked up wickets. Just another fantastic over thus far by Lennox, giving Jordan Adamant absolutely nothing to work with.
Simon Keane is very valuable with the runs.
Oh, this one inside edge and going between the stumps and the keeper. That's for 2, but fortuitous there for Jordan Adamant. Yeah, someone like Josh Clarkson might just be the unlucky recipient of that, because they most likely will look to give Mohammed Abbas a bit of a run as well. And then they've got Benjamin Jacobs as well.
And BJ Jacobs is his first time playing in the New Zealand A alongside Simon Keane. Keane has shown that he has something that the New Zealand Black Caps will look forward to. And so you want to afford that same opportunity to Bevan, who hasn't played much, and when he's got the little opportunity here in South Africa, didn't take full advantage.
This one played through the offside. They do have protection on the fence there at a sweeper. Yeah, the man was born in Pretoria, BJ Jacobs. Just look at Matt Fisher. He's in position before almost anyone else. He'll be ready to turn around and bowl, and half the team will still be walking to their positions.
Zubair Hamza fell on the first ball last innings, ball keeping a little bit low. But his past 3 innings prior to that have been for the Lions in first-class cricket. Ken mentioned his superb century in the final to set up a wonderful total for Lions. It took Luandre Pretorius and Rivaldo Munsami to save that match and draw it. But his 2 innings prior to that have also been half centuries, scores of 83, scores of 62, and then he followed it up with that century. So he had 5 scores of 50, Zubair Hamza, and he sealed it off with that century, averaging 65 for the season. And so he's in good knock, and he wants to take that knock and show the selectors, after being selected for Zimbabwe and never getting game time there, let's show that he's worthy of a shout.
Getting it right behind this one. It's almost the same length that got him out in the first innings, where he actually showed the umpire. Couldn't see it. A lot darker than it is now.
Vian Mulder, though, with a couple of great performances, batting at number 3 for South Africa. No need to mention the much talked about 367 not out. He's made that number 3 position almost his home, Vian Mulder. And so Zubair Hamza has a very tall mountain to climb if he wants to make it back to that South African team. They tried Tristan Stubbs, didn't work at number 3. Vian Mulder started off on a floating surface, but he stabilized it. And so will Zubair Hamza fight and break his way through that team? And what will it take for that to happen?
Yeah, just don't mention the Vian Mulder scenario in front of Kenny. He'll never stop talking about it. But yeah, it's a nice predicament to have, isn't it? give someone a bit of a go, and he's starting to score runs. Almost looks like he might be finding his feet at number 3. It was a massive gamble by the coaching staff, one has to admit. One that might just pay off. This one is short and just evading that man. He's there at 45, and oh my word, that would have been one of the catches of the day. What an effort.
Captain Joe Carter. He flew in a blink of an eye. What sharp reflexes. The fielding from New Zealand is just so wonderful. Would have been an ridiculous catch if he had grabbed it.
Just closing out the 15th over. It is 45 for the loss of 1 in search of 498. And I think you're right, Pendulo. The mission is do not lose any more wickets before the close of play.
Matt Fisher's not making it easy. 5 overs bowled. 3 of those have been maidens from the hands of Matt Fisher. He's gotten the solitary wickets of Lesego Senokwane. Was going for a drive and he didn't really fully commit to the shots, Lesego Senokwane, and he popped it to shoulder extra cover. This is why this partnership is out here now, currently on 42.
Played off the back foot once again. We saw this in a previous over from Lennox as well. Batters opting to go back. So him not really pushing forward. This one is up and over. But the man is there at sweeper. He'll just pick it up and gently lob it back in. Looks like Lennox down there. I beg your pardon. Ben Lister.
If they constantly go back onto the back foot against Lennox, eventually he's going to have to try and bowl it a little bit fuller, isn't it? Just try to draw out that front foot off the batters. The issue with doing that, though, is that you toy with the half volley arc length where the batters can be confident in just hitting the line through the ball.
You got runs to play with. I don't think him hitting 1 or 2 is going to make such a big difference. That was a lot fuller, and he still decided to play back. That's always the danger, especially with a tall offie.
Also quickened it up just a little bit that time, Jaden Lennox.
Slowed this one down, and this is downtown. It is 4 runs. Zubair Hamza moves to 19.
50 runs up for South Africa with a booming shot from Zubair Hamza. And that's the invitation that they were waiting for, the South Africans. For Jaden Lennox to just send it fuller and send it closer. The previous delivery was a wonderful length. And what did Zubair Hamza was the speed. He reverted back to his normal delivery, a touch more fuller. And it's a big hit for 4. Very smart batting.
Does draw him forward in the shots, and that's the end of Lennox's 5th over in this second innings, and it's also the end of the 16th. It's 51 for the loss of 1. We're going to have a change in commentary as the legend himself, Ken Borland, comes into the commentary team with Mufasa Pendulo Makubani.
Matt Fisher, undying in his energy, undying in his bowling, and relentless in trying to strike more fear in the South African batting lineup. And that fear comes in the form of wickets. Got 6 wickets in that first innings, and one of those wickets Jordan Herman earlier on this morning. Ball rocketing up and zipping off a back of a length. Jordan Herman didn't see what happened. All he knew is that he needed to walk back to the dugouts. So both these batters who are playing right now lost their wickets to Matt Fisher in that first innings. An LBW for Zubair Hamza. A catch to Jordan Herman. And he's looking just as good as he was in the first innings.
Yeah, I think Zach Fuchs maybe hasn't got it all together in this innings. Five overs for 21 runs. Matt Fisher's 1 for 9 in his sixth over. He really has been the most impressive seamer in this match by quite a distance.
And if you want to talk about opportunity, you want to know if he's going to play in that second game. I'm sure with the way that he's bowled here, he will want to continue and see if he can transfer that ability and that form into a different surface and onto a different ground, which luckily he has played a couple of games on right now. And so I'm sure as a big fast bowler, it's a rhythmical thing to have those loads coming at you consistently. And most surely he'll want to have a run.
Shy from Simon Keane did well, but Herman quick between the wickets, gets the quick single. Well, Matt Fisher has done the hard work, if you like, because this Potchefstroom pitch is notoriously tough for pace bowlers. It's a bit slowish. It's flat. You're not going to get much assistance from it. Willamore Park can sometimes be a bit nibbly. Quick bowlers can get a bit of assistance there. So I can't imagine the Willamore Park surface is going to be more difficult for pace bowlers than this pitch.
It's pretty hard to overcome 607 runs. And just watching the bowling from that first innings, there was a point where South Africa were working the ball in all sorts of manners, rubbing it in the back of Moreki, rubbing it in the back of Lees, trying to apply moisture and make sure that it's shiny. But it still did very, very little.
Fuchs has got a bit of shape with the new ball today, and Fisher, I think though, just relies more on really good lines and lengths, and changes those up every now and then as well.
That's all he's been doing. It's wonderful fast bowling from Matt Fisher, keeping it tidy, putting South Africa in their leash. It's 52 for 1 after 17 overs. And even late in the day, it doesn't stop running in. Matt Fisher, 10 minutes away from 5 o'clock, and normally at 5:30 we see the lights fade enough for the game to be called off. As the sun sets over into the west, the pavilion shadow slowly covers the field, and because it's so central, the shadow eventually covers the square and the playing surface, and it becomes hard for the ball to be seen. Good hit. Very good hit from Jordan Herman. It was a diving effort to the right from short mid-wicket, but the ball was through in a flash. 4 runs.
Well, before that boundary, we'd had 6 overs since tea and just 12 runs scored. So it was a sedate start to this final session by the South Africans. But Jordan Herman pouncing on a bit of length available to him there.
Goes for it again. No one is going to stop it. Excellent placement from Jordan Herman. That's going to go to the square fine leg boundary for 4.
And this is the problem with the left-arm spinner turning the ball into the left-hander's pads. And there's acres of room on the leg side. Just one fielder on the boundary on the leg side. So Lennox really has to get his line right. And even if his line is right, his length has to be right as well. Otherwise, Herman will just step inside the line and whip it away on the leg side.
The work that they've put in the past 2 overs versus Lennox, it's starting to pay off now. It's torturous batting from the South African opener. Jordan Herman makes it 3 4s in a row versus Jaden Lennox.
Excellent batting, and he's going to force a change here. Lennox has to come up with a different plan. Let's just see the line of this delivery. You see, the line is well outside off stump, but it's too short. It's still an easy put away for Jordan Herman. No change. Still staying over the wicket. Still just one man on the boundary on the leg side. Fuller length, and Herman sweeps.
Doesn't stop. It's a barrage of runs from Jordan Herman. He's blitzed his way to 46 from 30 just before this over started. Jaden Lennox, the victim of such massive batting from Jordan Herman.
And now, belatedly, we have a second fielder patrolling the boundary on the leg side. Both of them are just off the fence a bit. So it's a long way out there. New Zealand won't be too worried about the runs, but also it's a risk-free option for Herman, because even if he top edges it, there's no one in position to catch it, unless he picks out the fielder on the boundary, which would be a bit unfortunate. And now the captain, Joe Carter, is having discussions with Jaden Lennox.
The issue with that bowling change is that the fielding change was prompted through faulty bowling from Jaden Lennox. It didn't bowl to his field. Herman punished that. Now there's no longer 2 mid-wickets and that area's opened. But he decides to push it down to the offside. Herman was looking at that vacant third-man boundary. He misses out. But he won that over quite convincingly as he took 16 out of it. 68 for 1 after 18.
Well, it was a better line for the final delivery of the over. Quicker as well, a bit fuller than some of his deliveries in that over. 4 successive boundaries to start the over. Wonderful batting by Jordan Herman. 46 now, 67 balls. And batted really nicely in the first innings as well. He'll be very eager to get a big one here. Again, he's well set.
From just over 3 runs to the over, that damage has sent Jaden Lennox's economy just a touch below 6. Juxtapose that to Matt Fisher, who's a touch below 2. He has been simply sensational. He's bowled now 37 deliveries. Only 4 of them have South Africa been able to score runs off.
This partnership is now worth 65 for the second wicket. Exactly what home side needed after the early loss of Senokwane. But they've only just started with their job, Herman and Hamza. Still a lot more required of them.
They still have a fair share of batters that they can call upon, South Africa. Marcus Ackerman was fantastic in that first innings. You still have Jason Smith, who also looked good. Snesemba Qeshile was found some decent form. And then Rivaldo Munsami, who you can never count off. Fantastic player. So they are still coming because New Zealand wants them to come through the tight field, trying to constrain some runs. And you can really say that that's the first real mistake of Matt Fisher in this innings.
And he got away with it. Hamza will be disappointed. There's a fine leg back and a deep square leg, but if you just got a tickle on that, fine leg is kind of conventional, I guess. Certainly not that fine. Not too square either, though, because there is a deep square leg in place.
And here's Zubair Hamza coming in at that very important number 3. You're looking around the country at the options that are available at the number 3 position. Zubair Hamza, number 3 of the defending champions of the 4-day series. The sharing partner, the Titans, have Keegan Peterson, who has had a taste of international cricket and was once upon a time the best number 3 in the world for a single month. Was the best player in the world, January 2022.
Big season ahead for Keegan Peterson, no doubt. It's amazing how someone can look so dominant and so good against a quality bowling attack, India's, and just fell away, really, and hasn't been able to get the weight of runs to get himself back into that frame. But I know he's very hungry to make plenty of runs in the summer ahead, as Fisher's just changing his mind about the field. He had a short fine leg, but he's now gone to a leg gully.
One player who was talk of the town a couple of seasons ago just didn't shine last season is Reinhard van Tonder.
Had a prolific start to his first-class career. Really scored a lot of big runs, but the one thing was a lot of those runs were at home in Bloemfontein, a very nice batting deck. And he's now, well, for the last couple of seasons, he's been playing here for Northwest and didn't quite shoot out the lights as well as I think he would have wanted to. The umpire, Stephen Harris, had to take some evasive action there.
One run from the over, 69 for 1. He's had some good showings in the white ball stuff every now and then, Reinhard van Tonder. But you want that first-class call-up. So when you're speaking of players, speaking of the Northwest Dragons, one player who has had looks, and when he has come up, he's never disappointed, is Rowan de Swart, the all-rounder. Statistically speaking, the most impressive of all all-rounders last season in the CSA 4-Day Cup. Top 10 run scorer, top 10 wicket taker, Rowan de Swart. Critical innings to save the Dragons. But a lot of options, I guess, for the South African management to work with.
Ron de Swart, definitely one of the most underrated players in the country. I mean, he just delivers all the time with bat, with ball. When South Africa took that weekend test side over to New Zealand, he was one of the players who stepped up and shone in a very difficult series.
Adi Ashok, he comes in. He's shown in the first innings. Drops it way too short to Zubair Hamza. It struck down the ground for 4 to start the bowling innings of Ashok.
Yeah, the leg he took 3 for 56 in the first innings. Got the wickets of Krishile, Engelbrecht and Moreki. We saw him use his googly to good effect. Earlier today, all of this action, a lot has happened today.
Hence why they call day 3 moving day. It has moved at accelerated rates. Ashok, though, his trickery will need to be sharper here. It's going to need to be really sharper because earlier on this morning he was bowling to the lower order. The setup to dismiss Tepa Moreki was absolutely beautiful. Couple of straight ones, couple of quick ones, a loopy one which Moreki smashed over for 6, only for him to be bamboozled by a googly straight after. But it's a different breed here in Zubair Hamza.
Bit of a top spinner or a flipper even there from Ashok. Zubair Hamza with his very good wrists, he's going to be looking to target the leg spinner with the turn. Get it through the offside there. There are 3 fielders in the ring on the offside.
And he's already taken 6 runs from the over here, Zubair Hamza. And he really took those 6 runs out of the over. Smashed it over the top and cracked it down to the offside for 2 more runs. And so you can say job done to the start of Adi Ashok here. And given how Jaden Lennox was given a beating in the previous over, it's going to be very important for Ashok to find his mark because you don't want to lose both of your spinners to pouncing and hitting by the South Africans. It's the end of the over. 76 for 1.
Just where New Zealand A's attack is a bit better balanced than South Africa's, they've got more options. Even now, if Ashok gets hit out of the attack, New Zealand do still have 2 seam bowling options in Josh Clarkson and Simon Keane. Both seem like the sort of guys who could do a holding job. Clarkson in particular, I think, could hit the deck hard and maybe take advantage of some variable bounce. That's probably coming into play now, late on the 3rd day.
But Matt Fisher, he's going to continue. He's really fired up, isn't he? Can't take the ball away from him. He bowled a superb 13 overs in that first innings. So after getting an additional 2-hour break for that 20 overs that New Zealand's batted, feels like the way he's bowling, he can just continue bowling right up until the end of the day because he looks so threatening to get that additional breakthrough.
He'll be one of the few pace bowlers to leave Potchefstroom with fond memories. 6 for in the first innings.
The value of how he's bowling right now is also super impressive. He's really keeping the South Africans under check. Even if they are able to squeeze it through around these gaps, South Africa, it's gaps that he doesn't mind seeing the ball go through because it's every single part of the ground looks like it's protected for the bigger runs scored.
Fisher had a 6-3 field on the leg side for Hamza that previous delivery, and we just saw Hamza just take a little step outside leg stump as if he was trying to access the offside, but the ball was straight and he was good enough to still get it away for the 1.
Even coming around the wicket for that first delivery against Zubair Hamza, Matt Fisher. So it's a relatively thin offside field. So it's not surprising that he's going to go a little bit straighter. You have your deep mid wickets. You have your deep fine leg. you have a backward square also stationed there. And so it's a heavy 5-4 leg side, 5-4 leg side field that Matt Fisher is bowling at here. So he's most likely going to be targeting those stumps very straight. And every now and then it can allow him to drop in the short one, which we haven't seen much in this second innings. Wonderfully played. He's going to attack the stumps. Jordan Herman opens himself up to the offside and he makes that back-to-back half centuries in this first-class match.
Yeah, 69 balls and 8 fours for Jordan Herman. This is a fabulous shot. You can see there's not much room there between cover and the wide mid-off, but he placed it superbly.
This is the 5th time Jordan Herman is batting in this tour. The only time he faltered was in that very, very first game on the 30th of September. Or rather, the 30th of August. Since then, hasn't failed to score 50. Twice. It's been hundreds in the 50-over game. He scored 50 earlier on today, was celebrating it. He's celebrating it again today.
He's just been a really consistent run scorer in South African cricket for the last couple of years. I really believe he can't be too far away from the Proteas. Just sheer weight of runs. We'll get him there eventually. He's a very talented youngster.
Not amongst the top scorers. He is the top scorer. Ever since his debut in first-class cricket, no one has scored more runs than Jordan Herman in South African domestic cricket. Matt Fisher thinks that he had something down on Zubair Hamza's leg side. It's a big dive for Mitch Hay. No signal from umpire. Looked very, very much a tough chance.
I don't think it carried to Hay, to be honest, and I think it's the first mistake he's made, just punching it on the bounce towards that short fine leg allows the single to be taken.
That's the softness we're talking of in the manner that South Africa lost their wickets in the first innings, especially in the top order. Minutiae moments of concentration with big consequences, because you see the ball trained down the legs. You're like, oh, I can flip this fine to fine leg, and all of a sudden, like we were speaking during lunch, Ken, fine faint edge and you're gone. But luckily not the case here for Zubair Hamza. It's 83 for 1. Jordan Herman has brought up yet another first-class half-century.
He'll be looking to go big, no question, but it's just interesting. Even though New Zealand have plenty of runs to play with, South Africa are still 415 from victory. You've got a pace bowler roaring in with 6 wickets in the first innings, bowling the 21st over. That ball is still fairly new. No slips. And that points to just how difficult this pitch is for pace bowlers to get wickets in the conventional fashion. You know, you're trying to get guys nicking off generally, but not here in Potch anymore. The only catcher was a short fine leg. Was he really a catcher? He's almost just saving one, and that's why we get these funky plans, leg side plans.
And you saw the reason why Matt Fisher was able to strike so much was his persistence on the stumps. LBWs and bowled. He really kept at you. And because he does have that extra zip of pace as well, it just adds an additional element for the batters to deal with. But if you're going to drop it short, spin bowler, you are going to get pumped. Zubair Hamza rocks back onto his back foot and sends it over into the embankments.
Good bat speed there by Hamza. Very well put away. It's a long boundary out there towards Cow Corner. Fielder's just recovered the ball now. Hurls it back.
You don't want to be bowling there, Zadi Ashok. You really don't want to be doing that. Ball is going to grip, it's going to hold up, and it's just going to hang in the air for the batter to get it. Goes big again, Zubair Hamza. Can look really good once he gets going. Picks that up over the top. The ball stagnates on its path to the boundary. They run 2.
Yeah, he tried to hit that hard. It just wasn't quite the same timing as when he previously went through extra cover for 4.
Goes through point. And they're just keeping the runs ticking here. These 2s accumulate ever so well for South Africa. And they're getting closer and closer to getting that deficit below 400. It's going to feel so good if they're going to go to rest. 1 wicket down and the deficit below 400 runs.
Yeah, this partnership up to 90 now.
South Africa A will be hoping it rises and rises and rises. That has been the key to New Zealand's amassment of 607 big partnerships. And a big score from Reece Mariu. If that can be spread out to a couple of batters in the top order for South Africa, it's what you wish to have. You are going to get a team that gets closer to that target and most importantly surviving the rest of the day tomorrow. Comes around the wickets this time to Jordan Herman. It's a good area to try and ask him to hit against the spin. It's an expensive over from Adi Ashok. It goes for 12. It's going to be 95 for 1 after 22 overs.
As we say farewell to Pendulo Magawani. Probably for the day, sadly. Don't think the light's going to hold past 22-6. Gert Maloney rejoins me. So, 403 needed to win. There are meant to be 18 overs left today, but I don't think we're going to get those as the sun rapidly begins to hide behind the scoreboard to our right. Simon Keane is coming onto bowl for the first time from the university end. Gert, pleased with how South Africa have gone about things so far since tea?
Yeah, going on nicely. No wickets lost. That would be the first key before tea and now after tea as well, just continuing the trend. So, yeah, going well. This partnership is looking fantastic. And even if you look at Jordan Herman, Zubair Hamza, they look so comfortable at the moment that I think New Zealand also just want to get into their rest tonight, get the job done for today and say, let's come back tomorrow morning and hopefully it will happen the same way it did this morning.
Just a bit too short from Simon Keane and swished away with the utmost ease by Jordan Herman for 4.
Lovely shot. Just didn't really rock back. He just lifted up that front leg, just put all the weight on the back leg and then just swiveled around the corner and says, thank you very much. That's a 4-for.
I think the first ball of the over is what Simon Keane is trying to do. Fairly full and straight target the stumps. He's got a short straight mid wicket catching. You may see him to the left of your screen as Keane runs into bowled areas.
With the field set out, even with that short extra cover as well, it's almost like they ask him to bowl nice and full, inviting the drive and maybe even the on drive that might be uppish. Go full, attack the stumps.
Yeah, there's also a mid-on and a mid-off in place and a slightly wider, deeper mid-wicket. So there's a real sort of semicircle of 5 fielders around the bowler.
I definitely ask him just to attack, get the ball up there. We saw that last delivery. Jordan Herman just playing almost across the ball a little bit with the face. Might still be a little bit of movement left. The ball's only 22 overs old. Might just be a bit of life still, or it could be that end of the third day pitch just showing 1 or 2 little in variable bounce coming through.
Really pushed that one up there, did Keane, and Herman not able to get timing or placement on the drive. Ends the over, 99 for 1. And yeah, it's perfectly natural that late on the third day there should be a few little inconsistencies from the pitch in terms of bounce and the way the ball comes through. And, well, it's going to be a drinks break here quickly. 99 for 1, South Africa A in their second innings, and they've got that deficit down to below 400 now. 399 to win. And after the early loss of Lesego Senekwani, caught by Carter off the bowling of Fisher for 3, just popping one up to cover, it's been Jordan Herman on 56 not out and Zubair Hamza on 40 not out, who've put on 96 for the second wicket. Do join us in 2 or 3 minutes. Back we are for the closing stages of day 3 of this 4-day test match between South Africa A and New Zealand A. A match thoroughly dominated by New Zealand A so far. They made the small matter of 607 for 7 declared in their first innings. Rhys Morriu, the second highest score ever for New Zealand, he made 249. Dale Phillips got 103. They then completed a demolition job this morning on the South Africa A first innings, bowling them out for 236, with Matt Fisher taking 6 for 43. New Zealand then came in and thrashed about for 20 overs and have set South Africa 498 as an unlikely target in the fourth innings. 99 for 1 now, South Africa A, as the leg spinner Aditya Ashok will bowl his third over from the JB Marks end.
Yeah, we needed that drinks break, Uncle Ken. That was a tough session.
All of 1 over, was it, Cat?
Was a tough over. Tough over. After my initial walkout earlier, where I got hooked on the headphones as well, but a whiplash as well.
Fraction short Hamza, always very quick on his feet and quick hands too, and very well put away for 4.
It was a great feet movement by Zubair Hamza. He got into position very, very quickly. And that's 100 up for SAA, 103 of just 140 deliveries, where it was 15 fours and 1 6.
Yeah, in 102 minutes, so they're going at a run a minute. They've been positive, which is good. You don't want to go into your shell too much and just allow the bowlers to dominate, and they've managed to open up the field a little bit because of it. Bit of turn there from Ashok.
And also maybe something to discuss tomorrow is what would be the highest run chase in the last day. Not just the last innings, on the last day. Feeling very positive.
I think the South African first-class record, just from memory, dates back to the late 70s when South African universities chased down something like 510 against Western Province or something. But it probably wouldn't have been a full-strength Western Province side. I shall just consult my trusty South African cricket annual, which unfortunately has ceased to be since 2022.
This is not the game that you scored that 100 in, Ken.
I thought it was a good effort considering I was about 8 or 9 years old.
Zubair Hamza on 45 of 57 and Jordan Harriman 56 of 79. 24 overs gone, 104 for loss of 1. Still need a mere 394.
So, yes, the highest fourth innings total to win a match, 500 for 7 by South African universities against Western Province in Stellenbosch in 1978. 79. Stellenbosch is the Boerland region. We know pitches in summer can get very flat, like Potch. It can be really, really hard work for bowlers.
Now this northwest track, known for its runs, doesn't give a lot of assistance for bowlers. Everyone loves coming to JB Marks. There's a lot of runs on offer. Just need to stay in.
See the wicketkeeper Hayes come up to the stumps again for Simon Keane. Again, just a sign of what his tactics are going to be. Just bowl it nice and straight. Try and get an LBW. Try and get a bowled. I don't want the batsman coming out of his crease. And Hayes kept beautifully whenever he's come up to the stumps. Played across it. The appeal comes.
It looked like it was sliding down leg. After the first inning, Zubair Hamza's heart must be in his throat. Keane doesn't look too upset. No, it's definitely sliding down leg. Look where Hay is already.
Easy one for umpire Babs Kulma. Just a bit of the inside half of the bat there, and the bottom hand maybe coming through a bit, and a hint of going across the line. Not the best stroke Hamza has played of the 61 balls he's faced so far for his 45. These two have done well to spread the field. No close catches, apart from a shortish mid-wicket. Two shortish mid-wickets, in fact, as they get a single through the covers.
Yeah, they must feel that Hamza might just pick it up on length and just maybe play a little bit uppishly. Now, thus far, this partnership is 102 runs, and it's been fantastic work by these two. 46, Zubair Hamza, and 56 by Jordan Arman.
We saw Leseko Senekwane pop one up to cover all that. Not so much the pitch as maybe we felt it was poor weight transfer. As we see umpire Kulma has got his light meter out again. I think we're okay at the moment. I think it's not up to the levels that have seen us go off on the first 2 days. But I don't think it'll be too long now as shadows come across the field.
Yeah, Ken, you were here the last 2 days. Around about what time did they normally come off?
Just after 20 to 6. That was it. We got past 5:30, but not by much.
Because if we just look over the last 5 minutes, how the lights have changed and that sun is just dropping down in the west.
Wristy play again by Zubair Hamza.
Carter's done a good job as captain of this 4-day squad after Kelly got injured.
Well, you can't argue that he hasn't got the best out of his players. I mean, their match situation, pile on 600, batting first, bowl the opposition out for just over 200 on a pitch that is really pretty batting friendly. So he's had good plans and well backed by his bowlers.
He's been very busy with these bowlers as well, having a chat and saying, listen, I'm going to change the field. Not just changing it, being very proactive with his bowler, letting him know what the plans are. see the light meter out again.
Umpire Kulma gives the all clear. I do like that he's checking in the middle of an over or after 4 balls. Nothing worse than when you're the poor unfortunate batter who gets dismissed by the 5th or 6th ball of the over, and then the umpires check for bad light during the changeover.
And then they go off for bad light. Pendulo Makubane just reminding us that Kelly is the 50-over captain for this tour, and Carter was named the 4-day captain. So Kelly not injured.
Well, he was injured. He left the field in the last ODI one-day game, and Carter did take over as captain. But yeah, point made that Carter was originally appointed as the 4-day captain.
Always nice when Pendulo sticks around. Always there to help out.
Just don't ask him to tell you which direction the wind's blowing in.
He had a very good answer earlier. He said that way.
It's like when you watch cricket in a new town and you ask, where does the rain come from around here? And some smart aleck will go, from above, which is very helpful. Lennox is going to return to the attack. 6 overs, none for 34. Jordan Herman's on strike, and he belted him for 4 consecutive 4s in his last over.
Oh, there was a bit of turn for Lennox, and I think he's into the attack because the umpires let them know the light is deteriorating. Don't let us take you off a bit earlier.
And I think obviously with stumps imminent, Jordan Herman will probably be a little bit more circumspect.
Yeah, 2 very well judged leaves there. But Lennox will be encouraged. There is a bit of turn on offer.
You can see close to where that ball pitched. There's a little bit of a rough patch, but it's a little bit too full to really cause major problems.
It's just all the footmarks that's created that rough there. You can actually see just a bit of a line coming out there. Just all the fast bowlers and the batters batting and running just before they get off the wicket. But as you mentioned, way too full to really do something.
Normal wear and tear. One of the things that makes red ball cricket so wonderful. Bowling in the rough, something batters don't have to contend with in limited overs cricket. Nicely just squirted away through point for 1. Umpire Gloomer is going to have the light meter out again.
He's taking a reading in the beginning and almost in the middle of the over to make sure that the light stays almost the same for the entire over. Doesn't deteriorate too much. And also they've got a reading from day 1 and day 2 as well. And as soon as it reaches that reading, as it looks like it has.
Correct, yeah. Umpire Guma says, time, gentlemen. We've got past 5:30, so we're into extra time. So if you come off the field after the scheduled close of play, that's it. It stumps. Even if the clouds miraculously part and the sun heads in the opposite direction, starts going up again, we won't be able to get back on the field. But New Zealand, handshakes all round, and they can be well pleased with their efforts on all 3 days of this game so far. And so can those two this afternoon. Jordan Herman and Zubair Hamza have put up a stout effort here in the afternoon, a partnership of 103 for the second wicket, which has given South Africa a glimmer of hope. They'll have no more than 90 overs to survive tomorrow. With 9 wickets in hand, looks like it's still a good batting deck, so that's doable. The target 498. That means they need another 392 runs in 90 overs. Well, never say never. If these two keep going, Marcus Ackerman is the sort of guy who looks in the sort of form to maybe have a dip at that if things go really well.
Yeah, these two did a fantastic job. Over 100 partnership. Only Lesego Senokwane missing out once again. Caught by Joe Carter. Matt Fisher picking up his 7th for the match. So South Africa has got a lot of work to do tomorrow. And it's all going to be in that first hour session. That's going to be the most important. You've got to feel the ball's only 27 overs old. So there's still a little bit of in it, and we actually saw a bit of turn in the end as well. Even for Lennox, there was a bit of turn and bounce. So bit of variable bounce, day 4. Pitch still looking very, very good. So still a highway to bat on. Still a lot of runs in it, but I just feel tomorrow morning there's going to be something in it for the bowlers.
Yeah, here on the high felt, and we're not really in summer proper yet. Often a bit of moisture around in the morning, so best time for the pace bowlers to bowl. And it's going to be a gripping final day of action in this first 4-day match between South Africa A and New Zealand A. From myself, Ken Borden, from Gert Maloney, and from Pendulo Magubani, we say a very good evening, and do join us at about 9:55 tomorrow morning South African time. So that would be 7:55 in the evening in New Zealand, I believe. We look forward to your company.